Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I've had a couple of experiences that I can't really explain, but they've never felt threatening, just strange. For a few years, I worked in Detroit at an old forge that had been converted into an assembly plant. The place was massive, over 1 million square feet. You can drive for several minutes inside and still not see another human being. On the weekends, I had to go in alone and do facility checks. I'd take a golf cart and drive through the entire plant, making sure there were no air leaks, no roof leaks, nothing mechanically failing. Security was technically on site, but they stayed outside or in their office. Inside was just me, in the dark. They didn't keep the lights on over the weekend except for a few safety rows, so it was mostly just my golf cart headlights cutting through this enormous empty industrial space. Concrete floors, steel beams, old brick walls from when it was still a forge. The building still carried that heavy, metallic smell, like heat had soaked into it decades ago and never left. Sound traveled weird in there. Even the electric hum of the cart felt really loud. One weekend I was doing my usual loop and drove past a staircase that led up to a mezzanine. These were the type of steel stairs where you could see through the gaps. As I passed, something caught my eye in the headlights. Just a pair of legs walking up the stairs. That's all I saw. From mid-thigh down, work pants, boots, stepping up like a normal person heading to the mezzanine. My brain didn't even register it as strange at first. I just assumed someone else was there. But I had to reason with myself. I had just checked that no one else was scheduled. I hit the brakes rather hard, enough that my cart jolted. I reversed a few feet and aimed the headlights directly at the stairs. Nothing. No one on the steps. No shadow at the top. There were no footsteps continuing across the mezzanine. Just empty steel stairs. So, where'd they go? I sat there for a minute, genuinely trying to decide if I'd just imagined a pair of pants. Maybe it was the angle of the light. Maybe a shadow from the machinery. But sometimes, despite how hard you try, you can't convince yourself that you didn't see what you saw. And what I saw was legs walking up the stairs. I didn't tell anyone that weekend. I figured it sounded ridiculous even to me. That Monday I ran into a second shift supervisor, a pretty level-headed guy. Half jokingly, I said, "Hey, I saw something strange this weekend. Maybe a ghost." Without missing a beat, he said, "Was it legs walking up the stairs?" I just stared at him. He shrugged, and he said that he'd seen the same thing before. Same staircase, same thing, just the lower half of someone heading up when he should have been alone. We didn't really elaborate beyond that. It was more like acknowledging a weird maintenance issue. Yeah, that happens. And then we went back to work. The other experience happened years later. Completely different setting, though. I drove out to the end of a country road by the lake around 2 a.m. to shoot astrophotography. I like getting pictures of the Milky Way when the sky is clear. It was summer, muggy, about 85 degrees even that late. Along with being incredibly dark, it's incredibly quiet out there. As I was setting up my tripod, I noticed something across the road, about 40 or 50 yards away. A wisp of mist formed. It wasn't rising from the ground like steam, or drifting from anywhere. It just appeared. Coiled slightly like breath on a cold day. Except it was 85 degrees, and it drifted across the road. As I watched, its shape was undeniably human. I'm not saying it was a person, but it went from forming out of nowhere, and that's the shape it took on. I just stood there for a second thinking, huh. Then it dissipated, and that was it. There was absolutely no one else around, or cars, people, no vape smoke, nothing. I've had other incidents over the years, but none as clear as those two. Just something that's happened in front of me and didn't quite fit. I will say that neither of these experiences felt evil or bad in any way. Just that it was real enough to register. Something passing through its routine, and I happened to be there when it did. I work maintenance at a distribution center that runs 24/7. It's not an old factory like some of the other towns, but the property itself is older. The building sits on what used to be a rail yard. They paved over everything in the 90s and put up this massive warehouse. High ceilings, endless racking, conveyor belts that snake through the building like arteries. On night shifts, I feel like it's a different world. The overhead lights are motion activated in certain zones, so whole sections of the building sit in darkness until you move through them. You'll walk down an aisle, and lights will click on in a chain reaction ahead of you. Behind you, they shut off, one by one. It makes the place feel alive in a way that's hard to describe. Part of my job is responding to sensor faults. If a conveyor jams or a door alarm triggers, I have to go check it out. About a year ago, I got an alert to a door vault in Zone 6. That's one of the older sections of the warehouse. Less traffic, mostly overflow inventory. The system showed the emergency exit had been opened, which is strange because those doors are alarmed and tied to security. If one opens, you know immediately. I grabbed my radio and drove the little electric maintenance cart over there. Zone 6 was dark when I pulled up. As I walked down the aisle, the lights came on overhead in that staggered way that they do. The exit door was at the far end, closed. No alarm sounding anymore. The panel on the wall showed that it had been triggered for exactly 14 seconds. 14 seconds isn't a glitch. That's enough time for a door to open and close. I checked the handle. Locked. Cold to the touch. I pushed it open to test it. Alarm blared instantly like it should. So it worked. I figured maybe someone from shipping had propped it earlier and it logged late. It happens. As I turned to head back, I saw movement at the end of the adjacent aisle. Just someone walking. I could see the back of them between the racking. High-vis vest, hard hat. Normal. I called out. Hey, you work in Zone 6? No response. They turned down the cross aisle and disappeared from view. I assumed it was one of the forklift operators, though I didn't know they were there. When I got back to the maintenance office, I asked over the radio who had been in Zone 6. Silence for a second. Then dispatch came back and said, no one's assigned there tonight. Forklifts are in Zone 2 and 4. I said I just saw someone walking out of 6 wearing a vest after I got an alert for the door. Dispatch paused and said, security shows no badge scans in that sector for the last hour. Well, security needs to check Zone 6, I let him know, because I had just badged in over there. I'd even set off the alarm. Sure, I'd turned it off, but someone should go check it out. And so they did. I checked the camera footage later that night with security after they came up empty-handed. The camera facing the exit door clearly showed the door crack open about a foot and then close. But there's no one in frame. No shadow, no visible person, just the door moving. We rewound it 3 times. I asked them to see the aisle camera, the one that would have caught the person walking away. There was nothing. just an empty aisle. None of us could explain any of the things that didn't make sense. We were forced to just move on. And that's what we did. That's what we do. I still work there. I haven't seen any phantom people. And Zone 6, as far as I know, hasn't given anybody any trouble in over a year. I was around 13 years old when this happened. My family rented a cabin at a state park in Mississippi for a long weekend. It was actually a really cool place. A big lake, lots of trees. You could fish during the day or take a little boat out. During the daytime, it felt pretty normal and peaceful even. But the cabin itself had this older feel to it. Not falling apart or anything, just quiet in a way that made every sound stand out. The living room had 2 couches. I was sleeping on the one closest to a door that led into a separate bedroom area. My uncle was on the other couch across the room. Everyone else was in the bedrooms. We all fell asleep fine. Around 3 a.m, I woke up for no reason. I didn't hear a loud noise or anything, not at first. I just opened my eyes like something had nudged me awake. It took a second for my eyes to adjust. The only light in the room was faint moonlight coming through the window. And that's when I heard something. The doorknob to the room next to me, it was moving, rattling, but there was no wind or movement other than the doorknob. It was turning back and forth, slowly, like someone was testing it from the other side. Then it would rattle, like someone was shaking it. And again, back and forth, slowly. I don't know that I was even scared yet. Surely it was just somebody on the other side of the door. But why at 3 a.m.? And what were they doing? Then the doorknob turned all the way, and the door opened. I waited for someone to come out, but instead, it looked as if something clear, like a shadow, went in. A moment later, the door closed. My uncle sat straight up on the other side of the couch at the same time. He said, "Joey, did you see that?" His voice sounded tight, not joking. And I had seen something, but I couldn't answer. I was probably too scared to talk. I know my heart was pounding so hard that I could hear it. I briefly wondered if I was going to be sick. In either way, I didn't say anything. My uncle got up. He told me to come over by him. I didn't argue. I moved fast, desperate to be next to someone. We both just stared at the door. My uncle gently opens the door, and we can see inside that everybody's asleep. No one had gotten up. There was no windows open inside. The doorknob itself wasn't loose. We stood there, whispering, trying to come up with an explanation that made sense. Finally, my uncle just said, "Well, I guess we're going back to sleep." Which is crazy when I think about it now, but what are we supposed to do? It was 3 a.m. We were in the middle of a state park, so we just laid back down. I'm not sure that either of us did much sleeping. I know I didn't after that. The next day, we didn't really make a big deal about it, but later my grandma mentioned that she hadn't slept well. She said she kept seeing weird shadows moving across the wall in her room. She brushed it off like maybe it was tree branches, but she didn't know where the light was coming from. But there weren't any branches close enough to hit the cabin anyway, not outside her window. And I had seen a shadow walk in there. So that stuck with me. Later that afternoon, I opened one of the dresser drawers in the bedroom to grab something. On the underside of the drawer, which I saw while tying my shoes, on the wood, People had handwritten messages, names, dates that they'd stayed, random little notes from past visitors. Most of it was harmless stuff, but one message was written bigger than all the others, underlined and circled. In bold letters, "This place is haunted." It could have been a prank, but I felt like someone else had experienced something and needed to leave proof that they weren't crazy. It sure made me feel better. We finished the trip like normal. Fishing, eating, hanging out. No more doors opening and closing on their own. My uncle and I will bring it up sometimes, just like, remember that cabin? And he always says the same thing. I know what I saw. And so do I. I grew up in an old house in a small town. It wasn't known to be spooky, just old. One night when I was probably 12 or 13, I was up way too late watching TV in the living room. It had to be around 2 a.m., many hours after everyone else had fallen asleep. I was laying on the couch facing the television, and off to the left of the TV you could see straight into the kitchen doorway. I remember thinking that my mom must have gotten up for water or something. I saw someone standing in the kitchen doorway. I glanced over. It wasn't my mom. It was a woman standing completely still in the doorway. She had big, styled hair, like the kind that you see in the old 1950s photos, curled and shaped perfectly. She was wearing a white dress with black polka dots. It looked old-fashioned, fitted at the waist. She wasn't looking at me, just sort of moving from the counter to the cupboards, as if she knew her way around the kitchen. I froze and just stared. She wasn't opening the cupboards or doing anything, not that I could see. My brain was trying to connect what I was seeing. Then she looked right at me, stopped her movement entirely. I remember feeling this wave of fear hit me so hard, it felt like I couldn't breathe. My whole body went cold and stiff. She didn't blink. I sure did, over and over. Eventually, I watched her fade. Not fast, not like someone turning off a light, more like she slowly lost contrast until the doorway was empty again. I sat there for a long time after that, too scared to get up and turn on a light even. I told myself it was my imagination. I was tired. I guess that's how I let myself fall asleep. But it wasn't the last time I saw her. At least I don't think so. Every once in a while, always late at night, always when everyone else was asleep, I'd see her again in the same doorway, only in my peripherals. But the hair shape was unmistakable. Same hair, same posture. I'd argue the same dress. But I never got a good look at her like I did the first time again. We don't live there anymore. My family swears they never saw anything strange while we did. But I for sure know what I saw. And I would wager that she still resides in that house, whoever she was. I used to work at a speakeasy. Obviously, I can't tell you where it is, secrets and all that. But I'll tell you this much. It's still around, still open, still pouring drinks, and I've never worked anywhere quite like it. I don't mean one of those fake Instagram-y looking speakeasies where you push through a phone booth to get to some neon-coated cocktail lounge. I mean, this place was actually a speakeasy during Prohibition. The front has changed over the decades. Restaurants, stores, even an office space at one point. But the basement never left. That basement was where I worked. Brick walls, low ceilings, lighting that makes everyone look a little better after 2 drinks. We leaned into the old school vibe. Strong cocktails, candlelight, and music that feels like it belongs in the room. People loved it. But here's the thing about working in a space like that. You start to feel the history, and sometimes the history literally feels you back. Of course, I'll explain. During Prohibition, the basement had been the kind of spot that people only whispered about. You couldn't and wouldn't just stumble in. You had to know someone. The door was hidden, and once you were inside, you had live jazz, poker tables, bathtub gin, the whole 9 yards. But the good times didn't last in this little spot. In the late 1920s, the place got raided. The story goes that the feds kicked down the door. People panicked, bottles smashed, tables overturned. And somewhere in the chaos, a man was shot. No one agrees on whether it was a gangster, a customer, or just some poor guy in the wrong place at the wrong time. All they say is that he was wearing a dark suit and never made it out of that basement. My first night, when I first started there, the other bartenders gave me the usual new hire warnings. Not about showing up late or skimming tips, about the ghosts. They told me, if you're closing alone, don't hang out too long after the last customer leaves. And if you hear music when the bar's dead silent, just let it play. I remember sort of laughing. I thought I was just part of the shtick. Every old bar has its ghost story, right? But my first real closing shift, weeks later, I found out they weren't joking. I was wiping down the counters, counting the till. I started to notice something. Faint music. Not from the speakers, they'd been off for a half an hour. And not from upstairs. The place above us was closed too. It was jazz. Old, scratchy. Like it was bleeding through from another time entirely. A trumpet. Low and lazy, with piano underneath. It was so soft at first I thought that maybe I was imagining it, but then it just swelled, enough to make me stop what I was doing and listen. And then just like that it cut off. Dead silence. I told myself old building, weird things, but that explanation felt thinner than the walls I was working under. A few weeks later, I was restocking bottles near the hallway that led to the bathroom. I looked up and was stunned. There was a man standing in the hallway, tall, broad shoulders, wearing a dark suit. The longer I looked, I realized he wasn't solid. Not see-through exactly, but like the edges of him were blurred. He didn't move towards me, he just paced slowly. From one end of the hallway to the other. I called out, thinking maybe it was a customer who'd wandered back, but as soon as the words left my mouth, he was gone. He didn't walk away, he just disappeared. As I was leaving that night, I mentioned it to one of the servers, trying to sound casual. She gave me this look and said, "Oh, so you've met him." Like she was waiting for me to bring it up. Apparently everyone who works there sees him eventually. Always in the hallway, always pacing. So the stories they told me on the first day weren't bullshit, because I saw it for myself. It wasn't just him either. Glasses would slide down the bar when no one was near them. He'd set a bottle on a shelf, turn to grab another, and the first one would clatter to the floor. Customers sometimes mentioned seeing an extra man in the mirror, the one behind the bar, even when there was no one standing where they swore he'd been. That music, it always happened. Always late, always after stragglers were gone. Sometimes just a trumpet, others a full band. Always jazz, always from nowhere. One night the entire staff had heard it. We were having a team meeting, sitting around, some counting tips, others talking, when the faint sound of a sax drifted through the room. We all stopped talking at the same time. We listened as it built for maybe 30 seconds, then cut off in the middle of a note. None of us said a word. We just got back to our work, continued our conversations. I didn't quit because of the hauntings. Honestly, part of me loved it. The idea that I was working in the same place that people had been laughing, drinking, hiding from the law a century ago. It gave the job weight, like we were just the next act in a show that never really ended. But I'll never forget that man in the suit. I only saw him once, but I can still picture the way he walked, slow and deliberate, from a different time, honestly, and like he'd been pacing that same hallway for 100 years. So is he the gangster, just a poor guy, wrong place, wrong time? Maybe both, maybe neither. All I know is I never really got to see him again. I guess he just wanted to introduce himself. Growing up, I was raised by a single mother in a very rural area. We only had one other person living on our road, a middle-aged woman named Juniper, but I called her Auntie June. When Mom had to work nights or weekends, I'd just walk across the field and stay next door. When I was really little, Mom used to always explain June's odd behaviors by saying she was eccentric or quirky, but sometime right after my 8th birthday, I overheard her talking with my granddad. He didn't like that she let me spend so much time with that witch. He wanted to take care of me instead, before June had me worshiping the devil. Mom said that he was being ridiculous, and they argued for a few minutes, but Granddad didn't get his way. He was a grouchy, boring old man who made me sit quietly in my room all day because children weren't meant to be seen or heard, as far as he was concerned. They were only there to learn responsibility until they could become contributing members of society. I ran back to my room as he was leaving so Mom wouldn't suspect I heard anything. I wanted so badly to ask how anyone could think Auntie June was a witch, but 8-year-old me just wasn't brave enough. Especially after Mom came to ask what I usually did when I went over there. Deep down, I knew we'd done absolutely nothing wrong, but Granddad had given me doubts, so I kept things brief. I loved helping her with her herb garden. That was one of my favorite things to do, and for the longest time, I wanted to be a botanist because of it. We also baked cookies and made jewelry out of rocks, crystals, and beads while watching TV or listening to music. Sometimes she would tell me little stories. Well, I thought that they were just stories at the time. About the horned god, the triple goddess, and different things about nature. But I had a feeling Mom wouldn't like them as much as I did, so I left that part out. Of course, I would soon find out that they weren't fairy tales. They were her actual beliefs. A few nights later, Mom had to work a night shift, which meant I would finally get to ask Auntie June why Granddad thought she was a witch. There was truly nothing I wouldn't have been comfortable talking to this woman about. I ran all the way to her house, burst through the door, and there she was. Before she could even say hello, I said, Auntie, why does my pappy think you're a witch?" Ah, childhood. Fuck that shit. June had been washing dishes, and I startled her. The plate she was rinsing slid from her hands back into the sink, and she turned towards me, wide-eyed and tight-lipped. My stomach dropped. I thought that I'd made the nicest woman in the world angry with me. But then she began laughing hysterically. She said people like to call her a witch because ignorant folks tend to slap that title onto any alternative religion. They're the same ones who treat paganism and Wicca like dirty words. I asked if people felt that way because those religions worship the devil, and she laughed even harder. She said it couldn't be explained so easily, that the original structure of the practice had grown and evolved to the point where many different sects now existed, and they all had varying beliefs. I was completely fascinated with all of it. I wanted to learn everything there was to know, but June said that she wasn't sure if my mom would be comfortable with her teaching me those kinds of things. I can't remember what it was, but something she said made me ask if the stories she told me were about her religion. She said that they were a mixture of stories from several belief systems, and only a few had been from her own. Of course, that made my mind run wild, trying to guess which stories, but there were just too many to choose from. I asked her if any of them really worshiped the devil, and she said that some did, but failed to elaborate further. I tried once more to ask which religion she practiced, but she said it was too complicated to put a single name to it without further explanation. Finally, I made one last attempt to clarify. But you don't worship the devil, right? She only rolled her eyes and said, "What do you think, child? Do you judge a person by what they believe or by their character?" I took it as one of those things adults said, like it's what's on the inside that counts. Before I could think it through any further, she changed the subject and we baked a batch of brownies, but I was still thinking hard over our conversation. The more I thought about it, I realized she said people called her a witch because that title went with any alternative religion. It only sounded that way because of how she said it. June didn't believe in lying. She was very serious about owning one's truth no matter what, but she wasn't opposed to phrasing things just so. Anyway, the night grew late and we settled into our respective recliners to watch Looney Tunes until we fell asleep. At least that's what we usually did. That night I made myself stay awake, and once I heard the familiar sound of her snoring, I went snooping. It occurred to me that every time any devil or occult stuff was on TV, there was always some kind of scary, evil-looking shrine. I figured if I went through every room in her house and didn't find a shrine, she couldn't be a devil worshiper. Well, I poked through every closet, and I even looked under the beds, but I didn't find anything that seemed suspicious. The next morning, my mom came to wake me up. I felt silly about the whole thing. Within a few days, I forgot about the incident entirely, and life continued as it always had, but only for 2 more years. My mom met a guy not too long after all of this happened, and they got married the following year. When I was 10, we had to move to Utah for my stepdad's new job, and I'll never forget the day I told June. I expected her to be sad, maybe even cry a little like I had, but I didn't expect complete and total fury. She was outraged. She marched right past me and over to my house like I didn't exist anymore. She didn't even knock. She just barged right through our back door and began telling off my mom. My stepdad had to practically push her out of the house, and she still wouldn't leave our property until he threatened to call the police. I hadn't been far behind her. When I got close enough to hear the yelling, I became even more frightened and hid inside one of our storage sheds. From its window, I could watch the kitchen door and wait for it to be over. Only after I was positive that she was out of sight did I make a mad dash for the house. I ran inside crying. I didn't understand why Auntie June had suddenly become so cruel. And for the longest time, I never would. All that happened almost 20 years ago, but recently, my mom called me in tears. She was damn near hysterical. She has a few friends who still live in our old hometown, and they had just informed her that June decided to take her own life. That hit me hard. Despite the strange way it ended, she'd always been a very large part of my childhood, and I still cherished my memories of our time together. As an adult, I simply reasoned that she'd become overly attached to me and couldn't stand the thought of being alone again. If anything, it was just sad. But it turns out that wasn't the shocking part of the story. The shocking part was why she did it. Apparently, I hadn't searched her house thoroughly enough because she had a fairly large shrine dedicated to Lucifer, hidden behind an access panel in her closet. The police found it during the rescue of a young girl that she had kidnapped, and June chose to die rather than face prison. I still never found out exactly what she called her religion, but thanks to her journals, I did learn why she got so upset about my moving away. It seems she was focusing her efforts on a very specific ritual, one that, if done correctly, would grant her the youth and beauty of her sacrifice. People were comparing her to Elizabeth Báthory, that crazy medieval woman who used to bathe in the blood of her servants. If you haven't heard of her, that's a wild-ass story too. I highly recommend Googling her name. But as for myself, I was clearly meant to be her first victim. For the greatest chance of success, the ritual called for the blood of someone you shared a bond with. She was grooming me. When I left, she had to start over from scratch with a new girl, but she didn't have access to any. She ended up getting a janitorial job at one of the schools and made a new friend there. Eventually, she either lost patience or felt the bond was strong enough, and she was ready to proceed. She was spotted leaving school in the middle of the day with a 13-year-old in her car. Obviously, something was wrong with that picture, no matter what their reasons were, so the police were called. The unit sent to June's home reported their location, and backup arrived shortly after. When no one answered the door, they forced their way inside and found June standing over the unconscious child with a ceremonial dagger in one hand and a silver goblet in the other. She stabbed herself through the heart with no hesitation. The girl went on to make a full recovery. She had been drugged, but no physical damage was done. If I feel this traumatized from my experience, I can't begin to imagine what that poor kid is living with. So yeah, that's my story about the time I idolized a bad witch. I'm a single mother, and I do my best to provide my child with memories he'll be able to look back on when he's my age. I didn't have that many with my mom, and it's important for me to give him what I needed at that age. Without a father, it's been my job to show him how to be strong in this world. I was watching a TED Talk, and the speaker said that fear is primarily a learned trait. Toddlers would watch their parents interact with the environment to understand it for themselves. If they see a situation and think, uh-oh, mommy flinched, they will start to perceive the situation as dangerous. If you're afraid of spiders, it's probably because you saw a parent react poorly to them in your adolescence. That's why I've done my best not to flinch when we're together. He's turning 10 in October, and we frequently spend our weekends going to trampoline parks, regular parks, or the movies. But yesterday he saw a YouTube video about those bioluminescent shrimp. We live a little over an hour from the Indian River Lagoon, near Titusville, and I decided, why not? Let's go on a spontaneous little trip. We hopped in the car around 8 to get there as the sun was setting. I'm brave, but not dumb. I always pack pepper spray in my purse, just in case someone were to test my mama bear fury. We pull into the lagoon, and we're one of the only cars in the parking lot. Aiden and I walk down the trail and reach the shoreline. A smile grew on his face as we got closer to the shoreline. This was the first time I'd ever seen these shrimp in real life. He and I stood at the top of the hill, mesmerized at the light show that we were seeing in the water. We walked down the hill until we found a bench to sit on, just before the concrete path touched the sand. There was a man standing in the rocks of the shallow water, quietly fishing. Every time he'd cast his line out, it would stir up the shrimp in the water, like blue fireworks in the ripples. Soon, Aiden's oohs and ahs turn into snores as he falls asleep sitting on the bench rested against me. I sat there and realized I was experiencing a rare moment of bliss and silence to myself. Moms know how cherished and fleeting these can be. I took a deep breath, smelling the salty sea air. Falling asleep next to Aiden on the bench would have been easy if I'd let myself fully relax. I noticed the fisherman had started packing his gear. When he turns around, he sees us on the bench. He must not have known we were there previously, and I think our presence startled him. Naturally, he was most likely on his guard too, and didn't know we weren't there posing a threat to him. I try to make it obvious the direction I'm looking, but keep him in the corner of my eye. The fisherman slowly grabs his bucket and tackle box, then starts walking towards us. An unnecessary angle to take if he were heading toward the parking lot. With this trajectory, I begin to wake Aiden up and get him ready to go. I also had to get my purse out from under him without yanking it in a panic. I turn and stare at the approaching fisherman to let him know I'm aware of him. He keeps looking at us, then back down as he tries to find his footing in the slippery rocks. He gets close enough for me to see that he's barefoot, wearing torn jean shorts and a tank top. He has a bushy beard and is incredibly thin. We make eye contact at an increasingly uncomfortable distance as I can see the white of his eyes. He takes another step towards us and then lets out the most horrific, stomach-turning howl I've ever heard from a human's vocal cords. It sounded like those stock screaming sound effects I'd play with in film class, like a war movie death scream. Aiden jolts awake. He's now observant of the dark figure. I flinch. This man starts swinging his arms and throwing his gear around the rocks while continuing to scream bloody murder. I grab Aiden's wrist tightly in my hand and I'm about to start running toward the parking lot, but I see the fisherman collapse onto the rocks. Suddenly, I realized I may have misread the situation. Even from this further distance, the man's growling and groaning continues, but he didn't appear to be moving, not much. So instead of grabbing my keys, I grabbed my cell phone. I called 911 to report the collapsed man in the water. I shuffle through my purse for the keys, unlock the car before handing them over to Aiden, telling him to wait in the car and to lock the doors. With dispatch on the line, I approach the man who's in bad shape, but definitely alive. I relay the information and then ask the man the questions the dispatch is asking me. Sir, can you breathe? Is it your heart? But he's just pointing towards his foot, rapidly. So I turn on the flashlight on my phone to see what I can see. I remembered the man was barefoot as I shine the light. And almost immediately, it was obvious which foot was causing the man such distress. The outside of the man's right foot was immensely swollen and red, but it wasn't just his foot. His right leg up to his knee had started to take the same discoloration. Through labored breaths, the man says it stung him. I relay the information and wait with the man and dispatch for ambulances to arrive. Once they do, I check on Aiden, who's waiting eagerly at the back window. I open the door, telling him I just need a couple more moments with the police. He tries to ask me quickly before shutting the door. What happened to the man? I told Aiden that the man had been stung. But stung by what? I didn't know. Aiden starts talking about the kinds of things that can sting in the water, and before he can get too far through his list, I tell him, just one moment, remember, I need to talk to the police. The officers are actually making their way to my car, so I didn't have to travel far to get the rest of the details. Most importantly, I learned the guy was going to be okay. He was lucky to have someone around, though. Apparently, he'd been stung by a stonefish. Wasn't sure exactly what that was, but I learned they were nasty, not-so-little guys. Aiden told me all about them on the way home, and then we watched a video about them. Truly horrifying. The pain that man must have been in. I can't believe I thought he was coming after us. I'm just so grateful I didn't leave in a panic. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe, dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite, because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, my dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside, about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, but we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. A buddy and I were driving through some Texas back roads late one night. It was raining hard, one of those steady downpours where the windshield wipers can barely keep up, and everything outside the headlights turns into a black, shifting blur. Out there aren't streetlights, just stretches of empty road, scattered farmhouses spaced miles apart, open land as far as the eye can see, if you could see anything at all through the rain. We had to slow way down just to stay on the road, creeping along with only the occasional fence line or mailbox breaking up the nothingness. And that's when we saw her. She was walking along the side of the road. Nothing remarkable about her, just a woman, dressed for the weather, head down against the rain, but she was out in the middle of nowhere. And that didn't make any sense. No car nearby, no houses within at least 2 miles. I pointed her out, but my buddy had already seen her. I could tell by the way that he was tightening his grip on the wheel that he was nervous. "Should we stop?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, fingers tapping the steering wheel, like he was weighing something in his head. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know, man. That's weird." And I agreed it was weird, but that was exactly why we should stop, right? If she was out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, something must have gone wrong. Maybe her car broke down. Maybe she'd gotten lost. Whatever the reason, she had to be freezing, drenched. But my buddy was uneasy, and since he was driving, he kept going. Still, it nagged at me. Something about it felt off. After a minute, I convinced him to turn around, just to check. We'd gone barely a couple hundred feet before he pulled a slow U-turn, the tires kicking up water. We drove back, high beams on, scanning the road, the ditches, the fields beyond the fences. She wasn't there. The road was empty, just a stretch of wet pavement disappearing into the dark. We slowed even more, brights cutting across the fields. Nothing, no movement. No sign that anyone had been there at all. "She must have cut through to a house or something," my buddy muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Because there was nowhere to go. The fields were wide open, flat, and muddy as hell. If she'd walked through, there'd be tracks. And even if she had, where was the house? The nearest one was miles up the road. We sat there for a minute, rain hammering on the roof, wipers squeaking against the glass. Eventually, my buddy exhaled sharply, shook his head. "Let's just go." Neither of us said much the rest of the way home. Every hood is haunted. I think it's actually an atrocity that I don't hear more stories about people claiming they're haunted projects. I'll get to the real story, but understand I had experienced weird shit in the hood for as long as I could remember. In the streets, especially in areas near the school, you'd see these wispy things. I say things, but man, these were people. Ghosts. You can just see that shit on a Saturday night for free. They didn't mean harm or anything. They just seemed to exist. Some people were too scared to hang around long, but enough of us had seen them to know the place was haunted. I really thought everywhere was haunted. I still kind of do. But this story, it's not about those wispy things. It's about something I couldn't quite wrap my head around. Still can't. Our apartment complex in Baltimore had a little concrete, overgrown quarter court with a beat-up wooden backboard and metal chain hoop. I was an only child, and my mom worked a lot, so I'd spend most of my afternoons into evenings out there shooting on the makeshift court. I'd be out there until it would be too dark to see the hoop, and the ball's ricochet became dangerously hard to track. I'd be 11 after celebrating my birthday a day prior. My mom purchased me a glow-in-the-dark basketball. Real ballers know about night bright balls. If you're not a real baller, they were basketballs that you'd have to leave up near a light source for a long time. And then when you turn the light off, the basketball slightly glows for a while, enabling you to kind of play basketball in the dark outside. The hoop is still pitch black, but you can see where the ball went. I'd left mine under a large desk lamp all that day, and I waited for the sun to set before I walked down to the court. The dim, soft glow of my basketball kept me hyped, even though I realized my childlike expectation would exceed the actual illumination limitations of the ball. When I got to the court, the sun was still setting, and by the time it was fully dark, the ball had started to lose its vibrancy. So I started to take my last few buzzer-beater scenario jumpers before calling it good for the night. I'm back in the grass for a deep three. After I release the ball, I watch the soft light sail through the black. All I can clearly make out is the ball, and as I watch its arch sink, I hear the chained hoop swoosh and rattle. Right after it goes through the metal net, it stops in midair, like someone had silently caught it standing under the hoop. The ball is frozen above the ground. It's almost like my eyes couldn't process what I was seeing. I didn't know whether to be scared or gracious that someone had caught my ball before it bounced away. From where I'm standing, I lift up my arms and I shout, "Hey, can you toss that back?" I stayed where I was because I half thought that I might be getting robbed, because that ball didn't move. At age 11, I'd already been threatened with a knife by an adult and engaged in my fair share of fights. I've won some fights, I've gotten my ass beat as well, but I've never ran. Even at that age, I was headstrong. So when I perceived this as someone messing with me, I took a step towards the floating, glowing basketball. I still couldn't make out who this person was holding the ball, so I took another step and said hello again. My eyes are fixed on the ball as it suddenly falls from the air, bouncing to the ground with its original intended impact, like unpausing a movie. The sharp sound of its rubber bounce echoes off the apartment walls, and the sudden noise makes me literally jump out of my skin. As the echoes ceased, the court became quiet. Too quiet for my liking, so I decided to dip home, almost forgetting my ball. As soon as I turn around to grab the thing, it's actively rolling towards me, still quiet as fuck. I hesitated to grab the thing. It's one thing to face someone twice your size, but it's a whole new deal facing something with no face at all. Fuck it. I left the ball. I didn't run home, just made it there at a leisure pace. But damn, I wanted to run. I remember lying to my mom. I don't know why, but I figured she wouldn't believe my story, and if she did, the only part she'd care about is the fact that I'd left the ball there. Let's just say that she's not afraid of no ghosts, but that's her, not me. As far as she's concerned, it was just another day in the hood when someone bigger than me took something they wanted. Kind of screwed myself out of nightballing, though. In Baltimore, I had a 1 in 12 chance of becoming one of these spectral homeboys that you see on the Ring doorbell videos nowadays. I'm not going to get on here and act hard. My mom moved us out of Scranton when I was 12. My grandpa died of cancer. My mom was his only child. They had an estranged relationship, but he had no one else in his life, no living relative. And the only person that was even listed on any legal documents was his daughter, my mom. So she took everything he left her and moved us out to Scranton. That's where I learned that the wispy people I'd seen in Baltimore, they weren't everywhere. My family owns a bunch of land in Virginia. Most of it is forested. There's a short path leading through the woods behind our house that leads to a small graveyard from the Civil War era. When I was younger, I used to camp in the backyard and play ghost hunter. But I stopped after a particularly bad experience 5 years ago. It was the weekend after my 13th birthday, and I'd gotten a bunch of camping gear that year, including a new tent I couldn't wait to use. I set it up in my usual spot, and everything was fine, until around 1 a.m., when I turned off the lanterns and crawled into my sleeping bag. hadn't even had time to start dozing off when I heard footsteps walking from the direction of the graveyard. No one else lives around here. So for someone to be coming down that path, it was either a ghost or my dad trying for a cheap scare. And that's just not something he does, especially if it involves sneaking through the woods at night. I laid completely still and listened to the light but steady pace of something on two legs, growing closer and closer. When they stopped, it seemed as if they were only a few feet away. I was frightened, but also excited. In these old Civil War towns, everyone has a ghost story. Yet I lived on top of a cemetery and had nothing. Part of me believed I would unzip a corner of the tent, peer out, and see some soldier standing in the moonlight. Maybe he'd have a hole in his head or a missing leg. Maybe his eyes would glow and his teeth would be sharp. 1,000 images flashed through my mind as I sat frozen with my hand over the tent flap. But just as I decided to look outside, the footsteps began moving again. They were light as before, like a small child, and this time they didn't stop until they were directly next to my tent. The image of someone reaching down to open the flap was more than I could bear. That brief feeling of excitement was replaced by pure terror as a wave of reality washed over me. I couldn't handle the pitch-black silence. I knew I shouldn't turn on a light if there was a real person outside, but I just couldn't stand it. It took a minute of nervous fumbling, but when I finally got the lanterns on, I screamed until my throat was raw and my dad was pulling me out of the tent. With the lantern on its dimmest setting, it was hard to make out what was in front of me, but as my eyes focused, I realized I was just sitting with my face closer to the tent than I realized. Only, as I moved back, I saw that there was actually a very small, perfectly formed hand pressing into the side of the fabric. It had come within just inches of my face. As I screamed, the shape of a small face appeared just above the handprint. It was only there for a second before it and the hand vanished entirely. But the image remains burned into my mind, even now. The next thing I knew, my dad was pulling me out of there. He said he woke up thinking I was being murdered. He nearly fell down the stairs trying to rush out to me. He turned on the floodlights within the first minute of my screaming, but didn't see anyone, let alone a small child. The way I sounded, he thought someone was in the tent with me, or a snake had gotten into my sleeping bag. Something awful. I've never seen him look so scared, but once I explained what really happened, he instantly relaxed, said it was only a nightmare. I wasn't even close to falling asleep when everything started, and I definitely didn't turn the lantern back on in my sleep. I feel like I finally got the story I wanted, but this was a one-and-done thing for me. I have no desire to experience any more encounters. Lesson learned. This is a story that happened back in 2015, and it still freaks me out to this day. For context, me, 25-year-old male, and my cousin, 26-year-old male, go to our grandma's house every school, university break since we were kids, and we stay there pretty much doing nothing and having fun playing video games. We always share a bedroom when we're there, and we both have our own beds. I was 15 and he was 16 at the time, and none of us have sleep paralysis. One night, we both went to the bedroom around midnight, closed the door, and fell asleep. Sometime later, my cousin got up to pee, left the room, and went to the bathroom. This caused me to wake up because of the lights. I checked my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m. He came back, closed the door, and laid on his back. And that's when it started. Keep in mind that I was 100% awake at this point, as I woken up from him opening the door and closing it. By the time he laid on his bed, this really deep-toned and steady-paced church bell started ringing, really loud inside our bedroom, near our beds. As I was listening to it, I freaked the fuck out. All I could do was cover my head with the blanket and stay there trying to hide myself. A few seconds later, that fucking bell started to wander around the room, moving in all directions, up and down, moving over my bed, around the whole bedroom. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but it felt like an eternity. It then started moving towards the door, got out of the bedroom, into the living room. The bedrooms of the house are right next to the living room. It then headed to the back of the house and disappeared. I have no idea where this came from and where it went, or even what it was. After it was gone, I honestly didn't have enough courage to say anything. I just stayed quiet, as did my cousin. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. The next day, when I woke up, I asked my cousin if he'd also heard the bell. He said yes, exactly as I had. To this day, this experience still creeps the hell out of us. We have no explanation for what happened. There are no churches in the area, and definitely no bells that ring in the middle of the night. This has been freaking us out since it happened when we were younger, and we still try to figure out some sort of explanation for it. But we've never really come up with any, so I thought I'd share it here. Any thoughts? The security company I worked for had a contract with a construction company as they renovated the cafeteria of a high school. We set up a little shack on the property, then connected a bunch of cameras in strategic positions all around the building that would feed back to the shack. Then, every hour, I'd walk the premises with my flashlight. It was a pretty good gig. The high school was out in the suburbs and in a nice neighborhood. I think it was a private school. There was a lot of money sunk into the architecture of this building, and there was a family of deer that would eat bread if I threw it to them. I bought 1,000,000 loaves at the gas station and probably overfed those deer while I was there, but you gotta entertain yourself somehow. Because it was such a nice neighborhood, my boss only assigned 1 guard per shift, and usually this was great. I'd use the time to read or play my Game Boy, but the last week I was there, an incident happened that really freaked me out. I'd been out walking, making my rounds. It's a hot summer night, and I'm waiting for my deer friends to arrive. I stood there with my loaf of bread in hand, tossing slices like a frisbee into the field, when one of the alarms starts ringing. I didn't have to check the security cameras to see where the disturbance had come from, because when I turned to start going towards the shack, I saw that one of the library windows had been opened all the way. The windows on this library are big, and they move like a garage door. I shine my flashlight towards the window and catch someone halfway hiding behind the curtains. Their legs up to their shins were completely visible. They were wearing black pants and were barefoot. When the light hits the long white curtains that partially concealed him, he took off running into the dark library. My adrenaline spikes and my hands start shaking. This is my first real pursuit. I trained in kickboxing and could run marathons back in those days. I wasn't afraid that I couldn't catch him. I was afraid that he'd have a weapon on him when I did. All I could do was chase after him, screaming at him to stop and that I'm permitted to use the gun that I've been issued to deal with trespassers. I was bluffing on the gun part, where permitted pepper spray, handcuffs, and a baton. I'm forced to abandon the loaf of bread and grab the extendable metal beating stick from my belt while holding my flashlight with the other. Then I run through the curtains into the library. Exit signs are the only source of light besides what I have. There's too many places to hide in a library. I listened for running feet, but the library was silent. He couldn't have run so far out of ear's range that fast. The walls and floors just beyond the library are made of large granite stone and bricks. I should have been able to hear what direction he was running with how he bolted. Thinking that he's most likely hiding behind one of the many bookshelves, I cautiously work my way up to the front of the library and flick on the lights. But the electricity is turned off due to construction. I pan my flashlight across the library, left and right, and I see him again. This time he's standing behind a shelf that reaches chest level. He ducks down and knocks a few books onto the ground. He's too fast for me to get a description of what he looked like besides an eerie, pale white face, with what I thought was a black sleep mask covering his eyes. When I get to the row of shelves, he's no longer behind them. He's crawled a few rows down. My flashlight spots his legs crawling behind them, and I rush after. But somehow, in the brief moment, my light isn't on him. When I go around the books, he's gone. My arm hair stands on end, and it's hard to control my breathing. It feels like I'm going to hyperventilate. Then the gears holding the window in place start to click faster and faster, and the whole thing comes crashing down with a boom that shakes the floor. The glass shatters into pieces on the floor. Instantly after the crash, I heard bare feet running through the commons behind me. As the footsteps echoed away, I ran the opposite direction, back through the window and straight to the shack. None of our cameras were inside the school, so I switched back and forth between the perimeter cams, looking for the guy, but nothing turned up. I spent the next hour dreading having to go out again. The alarm is still ringing in the distance, and I start to think it's not hooked up to anything because nobody's shown up to inspect it. None of my bosses are answering their phones. The best thing I can think to do is go take pictures of the broken window. When I return to the library, the bent metal window frame is once again in a locked position, wide open. Seeing this breaks my last nerve of courage, and I run back to the shack and lock myself in until I'm relieved of my position. When my coworker arrives around 2:50, I see his car headlights pull into the property. I have the door open and ready for him to come in. The company belt's sitting on the desk, waiting to be strapped on by the next protector of this construction site. When I walk outside, the alarm is no longer ringing, and I leave without telling him about the library. All day I'm expecting to get a call where I have to explain what happened to their big expensive window. But the day goes by and nobody calls. Another goes by and no phone calls. I'm supposed to return for another shift the next night. I'm obviously anxious getting there, terrified by any sound I'd hear outside the shack. I skipped my first couple of scheduled walks, but willed myself to get out there at least once. My legs were hurting from sitting and I needed a stretch anyway. I gather my things and remember to take the camera. Maybe it hasn't been seen yet. I didn't know how thorough the other security guards are on their walks, though I couldn't believe anyone would have missed it. I walk through the grass instead of the concrete walkway in hopes to mute my footsteps from I don't know who. I'm disappointed when I don't see the deer in the field, but I notice the loaf of bread I dropped is gone. Around the corner, I lift the camera up to my eye. The garage-style windows closed this time. Then I put the camera down again. The window in front of me was now fixed. My astonishment led me to walk up to the glass and knock on it. It wasn't my imagination. What I was looking at was real. A window of its size and specifics. It couldn't have been ordered and replaced in 2 days. What could this mean? I really don't know. My grandmother had dementia. Could it be possible I had an episode at 40? I wasn't contacted about it either, and a discovery like that would have definitely warranted some sort of check-in. I got on the computer and pulled up the alarms program. It keeps an automatic record of its activations. But it didn't have any inputs from that night. I got real close to the glass, peered in with my flashlight. The library was exactly how I remembered it being. The scene played out in my head like a movie. I could almost watch it playing out in front of me. All the way up until my flashlight moves over to where the man had ducked behind the shelves, and I saw that the books were lying on the floor from where they'd fallen previously. A foreboding energy filled my body, and I stepped away from the window, The rest of the night and that week, I didn't go to that side of the school. I'd make a C shape around that property, pretending that that corner didn't exist until we were done. Several years ago, I worked at a value village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this value village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghosts just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there, and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, a distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, those shopping carts are possessed. Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city. And one day over the last year, I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. I wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles, and then takes a hard right, out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. I used to work at a pub that was 2 miles from my house. My shift ended at about 11 one night. I stayed for a couple of drinks and then started walking home. Now, this had been an exceptional night for me tip-wise, and I had close to $400 in cash on me at the time. Between the pub and my house was exactly one streetlight, about a quarter mile from the pub. The rest of the walk was in complete darkness. This was a dark night, too. It was close to the new moon and cloudy to boot, so it was almost pitch black. and I live out in the boonies, so there isn't even much light pollution to help out. Not long after I leave the pub, a car slowly drives by me. About a quarter mile down the road, the car slows to a stop, and it just sits there. I stop walking and watch the car. It sits for a few minutes, then slowly drives away. A couple of minutes later, the same car comes slowly driving back by me in the opposite lane. It gets by me, drives a bit down the road, and slows to a stop again. And then it does a U-turn, starts creeping back down the road towards me with the lights off. At this point, I'm fucking terrified. I didn't have a cell phone at the time. There's no one around to see what's going on. The car is between me and the pub, so I can't get back to the pub safely. My house is still about 1.5 miles away. No way I can quickly escape there. I quickly run off the road into the woods, duck down behind a bush. I watch for the car, but it's too dark to see it with its lights off, and the bushes and tree undergrowth between me and the road doesn't help. I sit there for about 10 minutes. I don't see or hear anything. I'm about to make my way back to the road when I hear car doors closing. Now I'm really panicking. It feels like my chest is about to explode. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. I keep imagining someone sneaking up behind me. I stay hidden. Hope to God whoever it is doesn't find me. I don't know how long I stay there, but I eventually hear the car doors again. Then, cars passing by. I give it a couple of minutes, then ease back to the road. When I see it's clear, I haul ass back to the pub, let my boss know what happened. He said then and there that I'm never to walk home alone again. Either him, his brother, or his mom would give me a lift home. When the other servers and the kitchen staff hear what happens, they say the same thing. I've never been so terrified in my life. This is a story about a ghost I saw. I was a teenager when this happened. I was with a friend and we both saw her. One night, I was outside on my porch smoking a cigarette, and I saw my buddy pull down the street in his beat-up 90s BMW. He excitedly jumps out of the car with the biggest flashlight I've ever seen. You could literally light up a block with this thing, and that's exactly what we did. We flashed the light down the street a few times, flashed it at houses. The dark rooms were suddenly illuminated, and I was really impressed by how bright this thing was. Oh, the simple pleasures of 2 rebellious teenagers. The whole neighborhood light show started to get old, so we started walking down my driveway towards the house. It was a long driveway, and at the end of it was my garage. My neighbor's backyard was separated from our property line by tall hedges. I decided this was a great place to test the strength of this light before we walked into my house, so I lit up my driveway, all the way down to the gap between the properties. I paused the light for a few moments, and we were absolutely terrified by what we saw next. An older woman, wearing a dark dress, walked from behind my garage to my neighbor's property. She was looking down at her feet as she was walking, and she disappeared behind the hedges. Her movements were very unnatural. We both looked at each other, terrified. Did you see that? We ran back down the driveway to his car parked on the road. We sat there for a good half hour, trying to process what had just happened. I slept with the lights on that night. There have been other moments in life that I was just as scared. I almost drowned in a kayaking accident. I got lost in the wilderness, had a very bad LSD trip in my early 20s, and encountered what I believe was a young, demon-possessed woman. But this one, it has to rank close to the top of terror level for me. I know this is going to sound weird, but the same could be said for just about everything on this website, so here goes nothing. We have a haunted tree behind our house. We live in a normal suburban neighborhood. There's no cemeteries or creepy abandoned houses nearby, just a bunch of mostly normal neighbors. Our backyard isn't even that big. In fact, we only have that one tree, but there's a ghost living in it, nonetheless. We moved here 6 years ago, but nothing happened until our second 4th of July. My little brother, Seth, was 5. He'd been playing in the backyard for too long, and Mom wanted him to come in. I went to the patio doors and saw him standing beneath the tree with his little neck craned back, looking straight up. I called for him 3 times, but he never even flinched, so I decided it would be quicker to drag him inside. As I got closer, I could hear him chattering away and assumed he was lost in one of his fantasies. Then I heard a second voice. This one was deep, like it belonged to a grown man. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I heard it as clearly as I'd heard my brother. I didn't try to go any closer, but I also didn't want the man to know that I heard him, trying to seem more annoyed than frightened. I turned around and said I was going to send Dad out if he didn't come inside. I didn't look back to see him running towards me until I was safely through the door. Once Seth was in, I locked it and called our parents. The patio doors are mostly glass. I didn't take my eyes off of that tree until the whole thing was over. My brother and I were crying. Mom was shaking so bad she could hardly talk, and Dad scared our neighbors while looking for an invisible intruder. To this day, he's known as the man who yells at trees. My parents knew I was too upset to be lying, but they definitely thought I was mistaken. Seth was upset that we scared his friend away before he could learn his name or how he got that big hole in his neck. Excluding that gruesome detail, he described the man as thin, extremely pale, clean-shaven with short hair. When asked what they talked about, Seth said the man asked him basic questions like his name and age. We were freaked out for a while after that. But when a couple of weeks passed without anything unusual happening, we all moved on. We didn't have a reason to think about it again until Christmas Eve. It doesn't really snow here, but the leaves thin out a good bit. Around 10 that night, we received a frantic call from one of our neighbors saying there was a man in our tree. My dad calmly thanked her for calling, hung up, walked outside without saying a word to any of us. Needless to say, there was nobody in the tree. Mom called Mrs. Peterson back to ask what the man looked like. She said that he was skinny, with short hair, but it was too dark to make out his features. Not the following spring, but the one after. A friend and I were doing an art project beneath the tree when a sudden cry of pain sounded directly above our heads. It was the kind of surprised noise someone makes after having their hand unexpectedly slammed in a car door. I never told my friend, or anyone for that matter, about the weird stuff that happened with that tree. So she was caught completely off guard when she glanced up to see a pale man sitting in the branches. She also said that it looked as if his neck was bleeding, but she didn't want to look at him for too long. The moment she saw him, she screamed and ran inside. I looked up as she was running away, more out of a reflex than desire, but I didn't see anything. He was gone just that fast. I have no doubt my friend really saw him. The similarities are too close to be a coincidence, and even now, she believes she saw a real person. That brings us to our current problem. Yesterday, my brother got a dog for his birthday. She's the best girl and does great inside, but when we let her into the backyard, she runs straight to the tree and barks at it until we drag her back in. She's making it a lot harder to ignore all of this. Something weird is going on around our property, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. We live in southern Georgia, just a half hour away from the Florida border, and we have a lot of land. Much of it is wooded. We've been here around a year, and we also have lots of chickens, some goats, and a few cows. Our only child, Lizzie, is in college now, so it's currently just me and my husband, Saul. It's a lot of work, but we lived in a small town, crowded apartment complex before this. So we were especially grateful to find such an amazing property within our price range. But why was it so cheap, you ask? Well, the previous owner was very upfront about a tragedy that occurred back in the 60s. A man had killed his wife and 2 daughters before ending his own life, which, yes, is tragic, but we've never been too superstitious. The guy selling it to us was also a skeptic who got it dirt cheap, but he couldn't take care of the place by himself anymore. His kids had all started families of their own. His wife passed away the previous year, and now he just wanted to move closer to his grandkids. Basically, we thought that we hit the jackpot. It was like fate wanted us to have this property. And I know what you're thinking, and no, we aren't being haunted. Nothing strange has happened inside the house, only outside. If a ghost is responsible for the events I'm about to share, then holy crap, I had no idea spirits were so terrifying. Okay, so down to it. I guess the first thing happened about a month after we moved. We had just started feeling settled into our new routines and gotten comfortable with all of the animals when Saul found 3 dead blackbirds in the back of the barn. They didn't appear to have any injuries, so we wondered if they might have been sick. But then we remembered the rat poison, those green pellets, and we thought that's what had done it. We didn't have any cats or dogs, so we thought it would be okay, but we got rid of them after that. A few weeks later, I woke up to find a huge dead possum left on our doorstep. I had no idea they got so big, and this time, the cause of death was apparent. The poor thing's throat was actually crushed. It looked like a massive hand closed around its neck and just squeezed. I screamed for my husband, and he came running. Obviously, the possum didn't wander onto our doorstep and unalive itself, so someone had to put it there, right? We called the police. They agreed the animal seemed to have been killed and placed deliberately, but we don't exactly have neighbors or enemies, no one that would have a reason to mess with us, so nothing really came of it. We got one of those doorbell cameras after that, but again, all was well for a while. I know the next one happened in March, because it was the weekend before our daughter's birthday. We drove the 2 hours to her college and went shopping before going to dinner, and then Saul and I drove home. It was around 9:30 when we got back. Our driveway is about half a mile long, and it cuts straight through the woods. Saul was driving, and I was scrolling through Facebook when he suddenly slammed on the brakes and gasped in terror. I looked up just in time to see a large, either brown or black, shape disappear into the woods. Saul punched the gas as soon as it was out of sight. I couldn't get a word out of him until we were inside and all of the doors and windows were locked. He described the thing in the driveway as gorilla-like in appearance and in the way that it walked on its hind legs but leaned on its front. When the lights first hit the creature, it turned towards us just a second before hurrying away, and its face is what frightened Saul the most. Its eyes were big, black holes. It didn't have a nose or lips. Likewise, the mouth was just another black hole, only slightly larger than its eyes. We were scared shitless. After that, we bought trail cams, but nothing else happened for almost 4 months. It was the weekend after the 4th of July when we received a dead armadillo on our front step. As disgusting as it was, we were actually relieved because we should have finally had something on camera, but we didn't. We watched the recording eagerly, only saw a dark shape standing in the distance. We didn't even notice it until it moved in order to throw the armadillo at the door. We found footprints that would look human if not for how incredibly wide they were, or the fact that they only had 4 toes. We collected all the trail cam footage, but still didn't get anything concrete, just a few blurry images or questionable shapes. Since all of the other incidents were so spread out, we thought that we would have a while before the next one. But it was only a few days before we found a big, dead snake at our door. Our daughter came home for 2 weeks at the end of her summer break, and on her first night here, we all stayed up late just catching up and hanging out. Sometime around midnight, the animals started going crazy outside. Chickens, cows, goats, all of them. We told Lizzie it was probably just a fox or a coyote, and Saul went out with his shotgun. But she could tell that I was too nervous for it to just be another animal. I actually screamed when we heard the gun go off. I didn't want to frighten her, but once that girl gets started on something, there's no stopping her until she knows every detail. Once I did tell her, she was skeptical anyway, so that was fine. And Saul always was a better liar than me. When he returned, he was so convincing that even I believed he had only killed a snake. I didn't learn the truth until we were getting into bed that night. He'd seen the creature again. I still can't believe how composed he was for Lizzie, but there were tears in his eyes as he described what happened. By the time he got to the animals, the chickens had gone quiet, so he went to check on the cows and goats. When he got into the barn, all the animals were huddled together into the far corners of their stalls, like they were trying to get away from something. Saul shined his light in the direction that they were staring and saw the creature standing atop one of the railings. It jumped down and ran towards my husband. That's when he fired, but it just kept coming and continued straight past him, out of the barn, and back into the woods. He didn't see how he could have missed the shot, but admitted to closing his eyes when he squeezed the trigger. I'm just grateful he wasn't hurt, and that none of our animals were on the doorstep the following morning. We were fortunate enough for nothing else to happen while Lizzie was home, but 2 weeks later we found another armadillo at our door. And the day after that, it was a skunk. It was around this time we got a weird picture that almost seemed like the creature had stuck its face up to the camera. But that was the only one really worth noting, and we aren't even sure about it. Finally, I had to ask, if it's smart enough to avoid cameras, maybe this is a human in a costume after all. What if someone had just been messing with us this whole time? But there's no doubt in Saul's mind. He's fully convinced this thing can't be human. He's looked into the black holes that are its eyes and insists nothing is behind them. It also smells like death, like its insides are already rotting. Sometime after Halloween, we woke up to find 6 blackbirds on our doorstep, and the doorbell camera showed a hulking figure throwing them at the house, one by one. We'd had enough. Saul drove over an hour to borrow 2 small bear traps from a friend. I didn't like the idea, but we didn't have any animals that weren't securely locked away at night, so I didn't have much of an argument. They were left out just after nightfall and collected first thing in the morning, just to be extra cautious, but they only lasted for a few days. One morning, we woke to find both traps had been broken, like they were bent and warped, as if someone tried to crumple them like paper, but couldn't quite crush it all the way. That scared me more than anything else we had seen. The strength it must have taken is unbelievable. Much more than what it would take to chuck a dead animal at our doorstep. We had a nearly 2-month break after that, until we woke up to find another giant possum on our doorstep. That happened just a few weeks ago, so we're probably due for another visit any time now. The randomness of it is one of the worst parts. You just never know when something is going to happen. And it's never what you're expecting it to be. Never. If I go up to the door and peek out the side window to see if there are any bulky shapes on the stoop, nothing will be there. It's only the mornings, when my mind is completely elsewhere, when I'm rushing to get out of the house without thinking that something is inevitably going to be waiting for me. I just don't understand. Even when it had the chance, it never hurt us. Technically, it's never even threatened us. Not really. When it charged at Saul, he'd been blocking the only exit, and despite the fact that he shot at it, The creature still just ran past him, and though it did disturb the animals, it could have killed them all by now. Yet it only kills things in the forest. I just can't shake the feeling that it thinks it's leaving us gifts, like a cat. I'm not saying I want to pet it, I'm just curious. I've never seen anything so terrifying, and I haven't even seen its face. Saul wakes up in cold sweats all the time because he has nightmares about the holes in its face. If I had known that groups like this exist, I would have shared our story sooner. But my daughter only just told me about you all a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading other people's stories while working up the courage to write this. I just don't know if anyone has the slightest idea of what it could be. Even if you aren't sure, all guesses are welcome. Thanks for reading. I'm a 29-year-old female in northern Louisiana. My husband and I just moved out here with our son after my brother died 2 months ago. He didn't have any kind of will, so everything automatically just came to me. And since we were living in a cramped, slummy apartment, we decided to move. My brother overdosed, collapsed in the hallway, but we've always been skeptics, so the possibility of a haunting wasn't even on our radar. I was barely holding it together in general. I can't stress how much that kind of stuff never remotely occurred to us, even after things started happening. It still took a long time for our minds to go there. We were so busy the first week that we dismissed a lot of strange noises as animals living in the walls. The house is in a heavily wooded rural area, so it seemed like an obvious answer. It was only after we finished getting everything unpacked that Nolan, my husband, started paying attention to the noises. Once he pointed it out, I agreed it sounded strange, like something big is clawing at the actual wall. Any insulation between it and the animal is gone. There's more than just a squirrel or rodent running around in the crawl spaces. This is more like a huge raccoon got really pissed off and started tearing away into the home. We didn't know what to do. Our son is only 3. We didn't want to risk a possibly rabid animal getting inside, and I didn't want Nolan anywhere near it either, so we called animal control. After their second visit, they said the only thing they found was a family of squirrels, which were safely relocated. But we insisted that there had to be more. We showed them a video of a particularly intense scratching incident. It convinced them to check again, and larger traps were placed, but nothing else was captured. It got to the point that animal control recommended that we call the police in case we had a squatter. We were immediately freaked out. I'd seen body cam footage of that shit on YouTube, so we called the cops. They checked everywhere, but there was no trash or makeshift bedding like they'd usually find in those circumstances. If not for the video, I don't think they would have believed us, but they agreed the noise was concerning and asked us to call them the next time it happened. Nolan didn't tell me until later, but they were worried someone was coming in and out purely for the sake of scaring us. We heard it the next night, and the same officers returned, but it stopped less than a minute before they arrived. They searched everywhere, but still came up empty-handed. The officers were kind enough to stay for an extra 20 minutes, just in case it started again, but no such luck. During that time, we shared our whole story of why we moved here, and the police suggested it could be my brother's ghost. That was the last time we involved authorities, not because we were offended, but we were starting to think the same thing ourselves. The police being involved was all we had left grounding us to reality. It made it real, tangible. But after hearing them say it too, that was hard. It took close to a month for those events to play out, but that wasn't the only thing going on during that period. Our son never had a problem sleeping in his own room until we moved here. At first, we blamed the combination of animal noises on top of being in a new place. We let him stay in our room while he adjusted, but we were equally unsuccessful on this front. If the noises happened during the day, we would take Grayson to it and explain exactly how animals sometimes crawl into people's homes to build their nests. Then I found several YouTube videos of cute, fluffy raccoons being safely relocated. If anything, it worked too well. Grayson was not only no longer afraid, he was adamant that we needed to adopt the raccoons. Since he was no longer afraid of the noises, we thought that he would return to his room. But then he told a horrifying story about a man coming in and sleeping next to him. I almost fainted until he added that the man had a purple face, puffy blue lips, and a chin covered in whipped cream, like a cartoon character. We thought it must be imaginary and assumed everything traced back to the new environment. We should have explained the noises sooner. By this point, Animal Control had set the first traps, so we were thinking that it would be over any day now. Clearly, that wasn't the case, and things with the purple man continued to progress. Grayson began having nightmares that would keep us awake. So Nolan and I began taking turns sleeping in our son's room, starting with my husband, since he had to work the next morning. At breakfast, I asked how he slept, expecting the answer to be positive, but he said the noises were even louder in the back, to the point that it freaked him out a little bit. I had the same experience on my first night, but then things were quiet for a day or two. Then, on one of Nolan's turns, he randomly got in bed with us around 2 a.m. He tried not to wake me, but he was shaking like a leaf. I assumed that he must have been cold and went back to sleep. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and Nolan was still awake. He followed me into the kitchen while I made breakfast and said that he felt like he was losing his mind. The scratching had woken him up again, and he rolled over to grab his water from the nightstand. When his eyes opened, he was facing the hallway through the open door, and a man that looked like my brother walked by. Nolan jumped out of bed, chased after him, but he couldn't find any trace of the guy. He had gone out right behind him, but no one was there. I didn't know how he didn't wake up during all of this, but he peeked in on us before checking every room, but nothing was out of place. Then, when he finally got into bed, he couldn't stop listening for footsteps. At first, I thought he dreamed the whole thing, and it just scared him so badly that he woke up and thought it was all one event. But this was also the same day that Animal Control had advised speaking with the police, so we were extra freaked out by their suggestion. I admittedly panicked pretty hard at first, but after the police did their search, I began to look at everything from a calmer perspective. It just seemed too unlikely that we would happen to get some kind of invisible ninja squatter. So I stuck to my original theories and stayed in the other room as planned. As expected, the scratching noise eventually woke me up, so I looked around but saw nothing and no one. I quickly fell back asleep, and even with that one interruption, it was the most sleep I'd gotten since this all started. The next night, however, is what did me in. When the scratching noise came, I just laid there waiting for it to stop, and it did. But then someone sat at the foot of the bed, and my heart stopped. When I opened my eyes, the weight vanished, but it didn't feel like anyone stood up. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I almost retreated into the master bedroom, but the longer I was awake, the more I began to doubt myself. Obviously, no one could have sat on the bed and vanished into thin air, so I calmed down enough to fall back asleep. And that's when I had an incredibly vivid dream of my brother standing over me during the night. He didn't look normal. He was dead. His face was almost purple. His lips were blue. And there was something off-white, kind of like vomit, around his mouth and down his chin. Suddenly, that description didn't sound like a cartoon anymore. I told a friend what was going on, and she fully believes my brother is haunting us. But I don't want to believe that. Not because I'm a skeptic, but because I can't cope with the fact that my brother could be trapped in that state for, ever? I don't even know how that's supposed to work. It was right after this that we had our final chat with the police and why their ghost joke made us so uneasy. Unfortunately, my son never got to meet his uncle, but I set out a handful of pictures in front of Grayson, and I asked, do any of them resemble the scary man? I was even more freaked out when he picked up the picture of my brother. So I started researching spirits and hauntings like crazy. We tried different cleansings and simple rituals, but things only seemed to stay the same or get worse. Not long after this, Grayson was taking a nap on the couch while I cleaned the kitchen, and he suddenly started crying, loud, like he was hurt. I ran into the living room and scooped him up just as he was running out. I saw the scratches immediately, 2 red welts spreading across his neck. That's when I knew this thing wasn't my brother. It was both a relief and extra terrifying all at once. We still don't know what it is, and we don't really care now that Grayson is with Nolan's mother until we can leave. It hurts me to sell the house and the land, but I know my brother will always be a part of us. We don't need a place to be close to him, and I know he would want what's best for his nephew. We've talked to a real estate agent and everything is ready to go, but we can't afford to move until we have a buyer, so we're just trying to hang in there. If anyone has any tips on how to survive in the meantime, all advice is much appreciated. It doesn't bother us as much as it did Grayson, but I've woken up with scratches on my back, and Nolan has seen the guy in broad daylight on 3 separate occasions now. When I was a teenager, we lived in a house built in the mid-70s. It wasn't old by any stretch. It had vinyl siding, brown shag carpet, and wood paneling, so maybe it was. We lived in a mostly rural area, and about half a mile down the road sat a massive antebellum mansion, clearly something that had been there a lot longer. It had columns across the front, a wraparound porch sagging in places, and broken windows that had been boarded up and unboarded and boarded up again over the years. No one had lived there for as long as I could remember. Naturally, we were obsessed with it. My brother and I and whatever friends who were brave enough would aggressively trespass into it on the weekends. We'd slip around the back through a broken kitchen door that never quite latched. The floors inside dipped in strange ways. Wallpaper peeled like sunburned skin. The staircase, it creaked even if no one was on it. It really was something to see. Naturally, we treated it like a haunted house attraction. We'd dare each other to go upstairs alone, shine flashlights into rooms that still had old furniture shoved against the walls. Once we found a child's shoe under a rotted crib frame. We told ourselves it was cool, spooky, fun. Nothing ever happened in there. There were no whispers or shadows, not even cold spots. It was just an empty house rotting in place. At least that's what we thought. The weird stuff in our house started sometime that same year. At the time, I never connected it to the mansion. I don't even know that I connected it to a haunting at first. My mom was the first to say something. She woke up one morning looking irritated, more than scared. She said that she felt a cat jump onto her bed in the middle of the night. It wasn't a dream. She was adamant about that. She said she was half awake and she felt the mattress dip near her knees, then felt the distinct pressure of paws walking across her legs. Then it curled up near her feet. She even said she reached down in her half-asleep state to nudge it, thinking that maybe it was a neighbor's cat that had gotten inside somehow. But there was nothing there. We didn't own a cat. We hadn't owned one in years. We laughed it off, but she didn't. She kept saying, "I know what a cat feels like." Then the kitchen stuff started happening. It was small, irritating. We'd wake up to find a bowl of apples flipped over on the counter, apples scattered across the floor. Papers near the phone knocked down like someone had swiped at them. The trash can tipped sideways. I think at first we all just blamed raccoons. These pesky animals, right? Then my brother, then me. We all experienced something. But there were no signs of forced entry. There were no open windows or torn screens. And the weirdest part, nothing was ever missing, just disturbed. Like something had gotten bored. Now that I think about it, it really did resemble what a mischievous and large cat might do. But again, we didn't have a cat. The feeling in the house shifted gradually, I'd say. It wasn't sudden dread or terror. It was more like we knew we were being observed. I'd be sitting in the den watching TV and feel like something was in the doorway behind me, not threatening me, just present. Every time I'd turn around, it was nothing. My brother admitted years later that he felt the same thing in his room, like something would move near the foot of his bed at night. Not enough to make him panic, just enough to make him notice. I remember one Saturday, a group of us went back to the mansion. We hadn't gone in a while, maybe a month or two. Inside it looked more decayed than usual. Hard to explain. We split up like we always did. I went upstairs alone this time. There was a bedroom at the end of the hall, one that we'd never really bothered with before because the door used to be stuck. But that day, it wasn't. It was already open. Inside was almost nothing. Just a cracked mirror leaning against the wall and what looked like scratch marks on a wooden floor near the window. They were small. They looked like claw marks. Close together, repeated. I remember crouching down and running my hand over them. They weren't new, but they weren't ancient either. I had a weird, intrusive thought. Someone lived here once. It was a strange thought to have. Of course someone had. But the thought felt like it was given to me in a territorial way. When we got home that night, our kitchen was a disaster. Fruit everywhere, trash knocked over. And then I noticed something else. The hallway carpet near the laundry room. It had these subtle depressions in it, like something had walked through while it was freshly vacuumed. Small impressions, 4 at a time. After that, the cat activity escalated. My mom felt it on her bed 2 more times. Once, she said she distinctively felt it kneading the blanket near her feet, the rhythmic push of paws. I started hearing something at night. Soft movement along the baseboards in my room. It wasn't scratching, just brushing, like fur against drywall. I never saw anything, but one night, I woke up and I felt the dip in my mattress near my ankles. There was no weight on my chest or paralysis. I could definitely move, but I didn't. I just laid there, waiting. I felt the slow, careful pressure shift across the bed and then settle, right against my feet. I don't know how long I stayed like that before finally forcing myself to sit up and flip on a lamp. Nothing. Blankets undisturbed, door closed, and silent. We did stop going to the mansion after that year, not because of anything specific. I think we just grew out of it. The disturbances in our house slowly faded too. No more apples knocked over, trash cans tipped. My mom never felt that cat again. Life just normalized. And we did get a cat of our own. So, I don't know. Years later, after we'd moved away, I mentioned the mansion to my mom casually. She asked me something I wasn't expecting. Did you ever feel like something followed you home? I hadn't told her about the scratch marks that I'd found at the house, or the mattress dipping. She said she always felt like whatever was in our house wasn't trying to scare us, that maybe it was confused like it expected something from us. Apparently, she thought about this thing quite a bit, but wasn't aware that we'd spent so much time at that house. I probably could have chalked a lot of it up. Old houses make you imaginative. Teenagers stir up stories. Parents dream. But I did feel that impression in my mattress. And to my mom's theory, nothing weird ever happened in our 70s house before we started exploring that mansion. And nothing happened once we stopped. So if it was just a raccoon or a stray cat, why did it only move at night? And why did it stop? Why did we never find fur or droppings? I think because it wasn't an animal, but it was intentional. Not totally destructive, but very present. I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something, it was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, which that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination, but that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend, Sarah, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with Sarah was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where Sarah had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but for the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. Best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. Sarah and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. I'm sure everyone says this, but I want to preface my story by saying that I try to be as rational and as logical as I can be in everything that I do. I wouldn't attribute something to the paranormal if I thought there would be a rational explanation. That being said, I've always had a fascination with the paranormal. Here are some of my, what I believe to be, paranormal experiences. The first was when I was about 10 years old. My family and I went to stay with my dad's sister and her family for Easter. Before my aunt and uncle split up, they lived in a very large, very old, almost mansion-like house. I loved this house, even though it often made me feel uneasy. One night when my extended family were in the kitchen playing board games, I opted to stay in the living room and watch TV. My family are all quite a bit older than me, and I often got bored sitting around with all the adults. I was channel hopping and generally zoning out when a noise startled me. The handle to the living room door was rattling. I quickly turned and the rattling stopped. I went to the door and opened it, expecting to see one of my brothers tearing down the corridor to the kitchen, but there was nobody there. The corridor was dark, lit only by the light that leaked out from around the kitchen door. I returned to the couch, a little perturbed but otherwise okay. A few minutes later, the rattling started again, this time more urgently. I quickly got up and sprinted to the door. For a moment, the rattling stopped. Then, to my horror, the handle began to turn, slowly but surely. I don't know how I found the courage to do so, but I ripped open the door while the handle was still turning, ready to scream at whoever was teasing me. The corridor was empty. I've considered several explanations, from the wind to a mini earthquake, but nothing explains how the handle started turning, as if someone was on the other side. My next experience, it took place in my family's home. I was about 15 and going through a phase of staying up late every night. Before my dad died, he ran several brass bands in the local area and often came home late at night. He'd always wind down with some TV before going to bed, but he'd always forget to put the headphones in. This night was no different. I was sitting reading on my bed, and I started to hear the muffled sound of the TV beneath my feet. I don't know if I was in a bad mood or something, but it made me really mad that night. I threw my book down, stormed down the stairs, flung open the living room door, and pitch black. The room was pitch black and dead silent. My heart started pounding. Had I imagined it? But I hadn't. As I shut the door and started to walk back up the stairs, the sound started up again. It sounded like a conversation, but no matter how hard I strained to hear what was being said, the voices remained distorted. I didn't sleep a wink that night. This last experience, it also occurred in my house. I was about 17 and settling in for bed at about 3 a.m. I was lying in bed, about to sleep, when I realized I needed to go to the bathroom. Absolute pain, but I dragged myself up nonetheless. As I go to open my door, I'm hit by a sudden sense of dread. Something's telling me not to go out into the landing. As I try to steady my breathing, I hear something outside my door. A slow, steady step going up the stairs. The stairs in my house are ridiculously creaky, and it's impossible to go up them without making a sound. I was also the only one in the house that night, so to hear the footsteps coming up the stairs was utterly terrifying. I shouted to whatever was outside, hoping to scare it off. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and it took me several minutes to muster up the courage to open the door. The landing was empty. I quickly went from room to room, looking for any evidence of someone having been in the house, but everything was undisturbed, and the windows were all shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night either. So, there you have it. Some very spooky, unexplained incidents that may or may not be paranormal. My uncle's hunting cabin sits miles past the last paved road. There's no cell service or neighbors, just dense woods, a narrow dirt trail that disappears under snow by November. We've gone every Thanksgiving since I was little. It's one of those traditions that feels safe because it's always been there. But a few years ago, it was different. There had already been 2 hunters reported missing in the county before we drove up. It made local news for about a day. Presumed exposure, they said. Early cold snap, sudden storm systems. Everyone talked about it once and then moved on. The second night at the cabin, though, the temperature dropped hard. You could hear the wood in the walls popping from the cold. The wind didn't howl, it just pressed against the structure steadily like a weight. After dinner, the adults started drinking and playing cards. Being 17 at the time, I tended to hang out with my cousins. We stepped outside to grab more firewood from the stack near the tree line. I remember it was so quiet. It wasn't really peaceful, just muted. No wind through branches or animal movement. It was like everything, including the trees, was holding its breath. Then, clear as day, we heard it. Help. It came from somewhere beyond the clearing. Thin, strained, almost hoarse. We each froze. It sounded exactly like my cousin Kurt. The problem was Kurt was standing right next to me, holding an armful of logs. He went pale. We didn't say anything to each other, we just listened. A moment passed, and then it came again. Help me. Closer this time. Kurt swallowed so hard I could hear it. He said his name under his breath, as if hearing it out loud would ground him. And then the voice responded, not exactly mimicking him, but adjusting. The tone shifted slightly, becoming clearer. The woods in front of us seemed darker than they should have been, even with the porch light behind us. I remember feeling something strange in my stomach. Not fear exactly. It was something sharper, like a hunger. I'd never felt it in my life. And then a thought slid into my head that didn't feel like mine. You should go check it out. It wasn't spoken out loud. It was more like a pressure, a suggestion. Kurt took a step forward. Had he heard the voice too? I grabbed his jacket without thinking, and that's when something moved between the trees. It wasn't charging, it was just stepping. It was thin in a way that looked unfinished. Its arms hung lower than they should have, almost brushing beyond its knees. Whatever this was, it was bright now. I could see it looked like its skin had been pulled over something tightly, like it had grown too quickly inside of it. As we studied this thing, I got to its head, which was tilted slightly. Its mouth was opened. I wouldn't hardly call it a mouth, more just a void. By now, all 3 of us were holding on to each other. I don't even remember when we had actually reached for one another, but we were close now. And the thing spoke again. Help me. This time, though, it was definitely Kurt's voice, coming from the woods, from the void. I don't know what finally snapped all of us out of it, but one moment we were in some sort of trance, and the next we were running back to the cabin, full speed, no logs in our arms. We told my uncle what we'd seen out there, all of the adults really, but he was the one to grab his rifle and run outside. He swept the tree line with a flashlight. He saw nothing, not even the tracks in the snow. The ground looked untouched. Something tells me that he's seen it before. He searched the property the next morning and even drove the dirt roads for miles. There were no footprints, nothing out of place. But after that night, Kurt barely ate the rest of the weekend. None of us really did. Food tasted like cardboard. When we drove home, I realized that for so long I hadn't stopped thinking about that hunger that I felt standing in that clearing. It wasn't this physical hunger I was used to. It was something deeper. I know that Kurt felt that too. Like we were being pulled towards something. I remember it was roughly a week after we'd left that they found part of a hunting pack about 5 miles from the cabin. It belonged to one of those missing men. There were no tracks. It was just the pack, neatly placed at the base of a tree. I've gone back every year since, obviously. It's tradition. But we've never experienced anything quite like that before, or again. But as Kurt says, there's always time if you keep coming back anyway. Back in the mid-70s, my grandfather ran a portrait studio out of a basement of this large, old, but well-kept house. The most memorable place was the Red Room. It was damp, narrow, smelled perpetually of vinegar and old pennies. It was the scent of the stop bath and fixer chemicals that he would use to develop film. When my parents had to work late, I'd go down there to the Red Room, perched on a tall wooden stool, watching him work. He had this massive accordion-style bellows camera on a heavy wooden tripod. It looked like something out of the Civil War. One afternoon, he told me that it was a spirit camera. He said it belonged to a medium in the 1920s who used it to capture images of the dead. I sat there bug-eyed, looking at the cracked leather of the bellows like it was about to bite me. Then, just like he always did, Grandpa let out a wheezy laugh and swatted the air. He told me it was all a crock. He explained how the old-timers would just use double exposure or glass plates with faint images already on them to trick people. Grief makes people see what they want to see, he'd say. Now stop gawking and go stir the developer tray. That July, a massive thunderstorm knocked out the power in town, and I ended up having to stay the night. We were in the middle of a big order, so Grandpa decided that we'd work by candlelight. Eventually, he got tired and went upstairs to bed, leaving me in the basement with a flashlight to finish washing a few prints. The basement was dead silent, except for the rain thudding against the foundation. Click. That was the distinct sound, the mechanical snap of a manual shutter. I froze. I turned my flashlight toward the storage corner. The spirit camera was sitting there, its lens pointed at the back wall. I told myself that that's not what I heard. But then I heard a soft sliding sound, like wood dragging over concrete. I crept over to the corner. The camera hadn't just moved. It pivoted 45 degrees. The lens was now pointed directly at the dark room where I'd been standing. My heart started doing this weird solo against my chest. I pushed the tripod back into the corner, and I tightened the brass wing nuts until my fingers hurt. I ran back into the dark room. I was standing over the chemical tray, trying to breathe, when I heard the shutter again. Click. Then came footsteps, but they were light, way too light to be Grandpa's heavy boots. They sounded like bare feet slapping against damp concrete, circling the darkroom walls. I grabbed my flashlight, but before I could turn it on, something cold and thin brushed against the back of my ankle. I remember I didn't scream. I just went numb. I stood there, staring at the blank sheet of photo paper floating in the developer tray. Even without the red light, I could see something beginning to darken on the page. An image was forming. It wasn't the portrait of the local mayor that we'd been working on, though. It was a shot of the dark room, taken from the perspective of the storage corner. And there I was in the photo from the back, standing at the tray. But in the image, there was a pale, blurred shape leaning over my shoulder. It was inches away from my neck. I didn't wait for the photo to finish developing. I just scrambled upstairs so fast that I nearly tripped over my own feet. I spent the rest of the night huddled in a kitchen chair, staring at the basement door. I actually grabbed a steak knife like it was going to save me from a ghost. When Grandpa came down the next morning, he was livid. He found the developer tray knocked over, the spirit camera sitting in the middle of the floor, and the expensive photo paper ruined. He swore that I'd been playing photographer, told my parents that I was too irresponsible to stay in the studio anymore. I didn't care. I let him think I was a brat. I never told him about the heavy brass wing nuts on that tripod, the ones that I'd tightened until my skin broke. How we found them lying on the floor, completely unscrewed. Yeah, he wasn't going to believe me, but I believed me. I've seen plenty of unexplained photos since then. Most of those things are just light leaks or dust on the lens. But whatever that camera took, the spirit camera, that wasn't dust. We grew up near an old iron railroad bridge outside of town. Everyone called it Goatman Bridge, even though there was no official name. Naturally, that's where we hung out. One summer night after a thunderstorm, a group of us biked out there. The river below was swollen and super loud. We dared each other to walk across the bridge beams. Halfway across, the air got different. It was still. Even the frogs stopped. One of my friends said that someone was at the far end of the bridge. We all looked. At first, it looked like there was a tall man standing under the tree line. Then the lightning flashed. And we saw horns. And these weren't small ones. These were long, curved ones. And the legs of the thing, they were bent wrong, like a goat's. Its upper body was broad, human-shaped, but it was covered in dark hair. It took one step forward onto the bridge. The metal of it groaned under its weight, and we bolted. I was last, of course. Halfway across, I heard hooves striking metal behind me. I couldn't believe how unbelievably fast it was. Too fast. The sound vibrated through the beams and through my body. Then a bright flashlight beam cut across the riverbank. Someone shouted. The hoofbeat stopped instantly. I reached the end and looked back. There was nothing there. We don't know who it was that shined the flashlight, but we were grateful. Police came out to the location the next day after we told our parents. They found nothing except for deep scratches in the metal beams, about halfway across. They said it was probably vandalism, that they would have charged us for it if we hadn't turned ourselves in. Well, I haven't personally walked across that bridge since, but I understand how it got its name. When I was 16, there was this access road behind our high school. It led up to an old municipal water tower. It wasn't technically off limits, but it also wasn't somewhere adults expected you to be after dark, which, of course, made it the perfect place for everyone to hang out. You could see the entire valley from up there, the highway cutting through the trees, the river reflecting the sky, and when storms rolled in, you got front row seats to lightning strikes miles away. That night in early fall, there was a storm building fast. The air felt strange before it had even started. That heavy electric feel. We were used to it, but this was different. It was a pressure that made your ears feel full, and then some. There were 4 of us, me, Tyler, his cousin Jess, and another friend from band. We'd driven up just before sunset and parked near the gravel turnaround. The wind was picking up, and the tower's metal frame creaked every so often, really adding to the experience. We sat on the hood of Tyler's car watching the clouds stack up. At some point, Jess nudged me and pointed up. There was something on the tower's catwalk. It was perched near the railing, completely still. At first, I thought it was a maintenance tarp, or maybe some kind of equipment someone had left up there. The shape was bulky but narrow at the top. Then the shape shifted. It wasn't equipment. It was something that was sitting or hunching abnormally. Something extending out from either side of it, folded tight. Wings. I remember telling myself that it had to be a bird, a crane maybe. We have cranes near the river sometimes, but it wasn't built like one. It was vertical. Before I could ask if anyone else was seeing it, it turned its head towards us. Its eyes were red, and I heard an audible gasp from everyone. They weren't reflective like when you shine a flashlight at an animal. They looked lit from inside. We could see them, even at this distance. We had all seen it at the same time. No one made a joke, we just stared. The wind picked up sharply, and the tower was groaning. I remember thinking how exposed we were just sitting there. Then it stood, slowly, unfolding to its full height. It was at least 7 feet tall, maybe more if you counted the way its shoulders rose above the rest of its body. Its wings were folded tight against its back, not feathered the way you'd expect, more like stretched shapes layered over each other. There was no flapping or sounds, but it stepped up onto the edge of the catwalk railing, balanced, and it dropped straight down. Jess was the first to scream. We all scrambled off the car hood, expecting to hear it crash into the metal ladder or hit the gravel below. But there was no impact. Halfway down, it spread its wings. This motion was smooth, controlled, like it knew exactly how much air it needed. It glided, not toward the trees, but towards us. And the worst part, there was no wing beat, no rush of air. There was no sound at all. It was just a massive silhouette moving against the lightning-lit sky. Tyler was fumbling with his keys, trying to unlock the car. I looked up. It was above us. Not flapping, just hovering slightly forward. Wings stretched wider than I thought was even possible. I could still see the red eyes. I was tripping over myself, just standing in place, waiting for Tyler to get the door. For a second, everything went sideways. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, and it was louder than the wind. Finally, Tyler got inside the car. He started it. The engine roared, the lights blared. I looked above. There was no swooping. It was gone. Disappeared entirely. Tyler had to drag me into the car as I remained fixated on whatever could be above us. All 4 of us were silent on the drive home. We didn't agree not to talk about it or anything. It was just that none of us seemed to have the words. The storm hit full force about 10 minutes later. 2 weeks after that night, a semi-truck jackknifed on the highway, right below the tower during another storm. It caused a pile-up that shut down traffic for hours. I'm not saying it was connected, but I will say this. The accident happened in nearly the exact same spot where we'd been watching lightning strike that night. And it was during another electrical storm. We didn't tell our parents what we saw. Not exactly. I already knew that my parents would say that it was a crane, caught in strange lighting. It's hard to say what the police would do. I'm not from the time when all of these sightings originated. But I've grown up in the place that's said to be the epicenter of it all. And though I've never really indulged the stories, There's no way I believed that what we saw was some large bird. Cranes don't perch upright like that for long stretches. Their eyes certainly don't glow. They don't watch you like that. That's the part I can't shake. The eyes. What does that? This thing wasn't even startled when we noticed it, I don't think. Anyone with good sense probably would never go back there again, but I definitely went back there again. Part of me wanted to see it again. Just to prove myself not crazy. Having 3 witnesses helps, but it really doesn't. I still drive by that thing, sometimes mainly in the daytime. It looks so small and harmless and rusted. But at nighttime, it's just a whole different feel.
Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, new reduced price. It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tohola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she gonna say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place, then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place any time the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house." His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading.
We're in the process of moving into a new house. Not old, but it was something built in the early 90s. It's a normal suburban neighborhood, good schools, quiet street. We haven't fully moved in yet. Just boxes stacked in corners and a few things in the garage. Last night I stopped by the house alone to drop off some tools and measure a wall for shelving. It was around 8:30, still technically light outside, but that dim blue kind of light where everything feels a little flatter than it should. I was in the garage organizing a few boxes when, without warning, the garage door slammed shut. It didn't roll down, it just slammed. It hit hard enough that I actually jumped. At first I thought maybe I hadn't latched it properly, and the pressure change pulled it closed. It's happened before in our other house. Air pressure can be weird. Still, it was forceful. Like someone had pulled it. I went over, opened it, checked around. Everything seemed normal. I locked up and headed home. When I got back to our current place, I walked into the kitchen to grab a beer. The house was quiet. My wife had already gone upstairs. The kitchen light was off, but there was enough ambient light from the living room lamp that I didn't bother turning it on. I opened the fridge, grabbed a beer, shut the door, As I turned around, something swiped right in front of my face. Fast, close enough that I physically recoiled and ducked. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't a shadow out of the corner of my eye. It was like someone had swung their arm across my line of sight. I actually stumbled back a step. My first thought was a bug, big moth, something flying in the house. But I didn't hear anything. And it was a big gust of wind. I immediately flicked the kitchen light on, but there was nothing there. It didn't physically touch me. It was just there. I could feel it. In my space. It had gotten close enough for my body to react before my brain could. I stood there for a minute trying to replay it. Maybe it was just my shadow. Maybe it was wind from the fridge. I never had to dodge my own shadow, though. In the fridge, never done that before. I opened it again, closed it, turned around slowly, trying to recapture whatever had happened. Nothing. It was normal. I didn't tell my wife right away because I didn't want to sound ridiculous. But later, while we were getting ready for bed, she casually mentioned something that made my stomach drop. She asked if I had come through the house earlier. I told her no, just after I stopped by the new place. She said around 7:30, she had this sudden strong feeling that I was standing behind her in the kitchen. Not a passing thought, a physical awareness. Like someone had just walked into the room. She even turned around, expecting to see me. No one was there. She thought it was weird, but had to brush it off. I told her it wasn't me, for sure, but I told her about the swipe I'd experienced. It's all just super weird, I guess. It's not exactly the new house that's giving us problems. It's our old one, which I guess is good. But we've never experienced anything like this before. Not once. We officially move into the new place next week. I haven't been back over there alone since that particular time. Part of me wants to go sit in that empty house at night to see if anything happens. Part of me doesn't. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I'm not calling it haunted, but I will say this. I've never had to physically dodge nothing before. I'll allow the garage door to be a fluke and hope that it's not something more. But if something does happen, I'll update here. The walk to the blind is always a lesson in controlled fear. It was November in the northern woods. Definitely cold. Physical weight on your chest kind of cold. Pressing the breath right out of you. I was hiking a familiar trail, one that I walked 100 times. But at 4:30 a.m., the woods are a different country. My headlamp cut a narrow, bouncing tunnel through the oak and pine, turning the morning mist into a wall of silver gauze. Every snap of a dry twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot at that time. Every rustle in the brush felt like a pair of eyes watching my back. This was unusual. I reached the blind just as the first hint of gray began to leak into the eastern horizon. It wasn't enough to see by, just enough to make the shadows look deeper. I climbed in, settled onto my stool, and I went through the ritual of silence. I checked my gear by the dim red light of the headlamp. Then, with a sharp click, I turned it off. The darkness that followed was all-encompassing. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was a heavy, velvety pressure. I sat there letting my eyes adjust, breathing through the nose to keep the steam from my breath from clouding my vision. For 15 minutes, the woods were exactly what they were supposed to be. Cold, quiet, and dead. Anything odd I'd felt had disappeared. But then, the blue appeared. It started near a patch of deadfall about 20 yards to my left, a massive tangled heap of downed cedar and rotting pine. It was just bleaching in the sun for years. But it was out of the center of that gray wood that a small orb of light pulsed into existence. It was blue, like a light I'd never seen. When you see a flashlight or a car's high beams, there's a throw, a beam that illuminates the air and the objects around it. This wasn't like that. This light was contained, a perfect sphere, no bigger than a golf ball. And its brightness was impossible. It was a blue so vibrant it felt like it was vibrating on a frequency that my eyes couldn't even register. It didn't cast a glow on the branches that it passed. It seemed to exist in its own pocket of reality. A hole cut out of the night and filled with sapphire neon. It didn't drift like a lantern or float like a swamp gas bubble. It raced. The orb began to whip around the deadfall with a violent, jagged intelligence. It moved in sharp right-angle turns that defied the laws of inertia, zipping through the chaotic lattice of branches without even touching them. It was fast, faster than a bird or any insect. It looked like a subatomic particle being tackled in a cloud chamber. I was just standing there. My hand stayed clamped on my knee. My knuckles were white. I didn't reach for my bow. I really didn't even think about it. Every rational part of my brain was trying to categorize it. A drone? No. It was silent. Completely, unnervingly silent. A reflection, but from what? There was no light source to reflect. Bioluminescence? No fungus or insect on Earth glows with that kind of electric piercing intensity. It certainly doesn't move like that. I never knew light could be so scary. But truly, it was. Most lights have a soft edge or a gradient where the glow meets the dark. But this, it just had a razor-sharp boundary. It looked solid. As I said, cut out from the blackness. As it circled the deadfall, the speed increased. It became a blur of blue electricity, a ring of neon light that seemed to be searching for something within the rotted wood. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand up. It wasn't from the cold, just the sudden charge in the air. It was reminiscent of just before a thunderstorm hits and fills the blind. But there was no storm. I kept calm, or at least I forced my body to remain still. I knew instinctively that if I moved, if I made a sound, that jagged blue would snap its attention towards me. I felt like prey watching a predator from a dimension I didn't quite understand. Then, just as it had appeared, it stopped. It hovered for a fraction of a second at the very peak of a jagged cedar branch. It pulsed once, a light so bright that it left a blue ghost burned into my retinas, and it simply vanished. Not a fade out. It just ceased to exist. The woods, they returned to a heavy silence, a normal silence. There was no pressure, no feeling of being watched. I ended up sitting in that blind for another 3 hours. I didn't see a single deer, though. The woods felt empty, as if every living thing for a mile had tucked itself away into the earth to hide from whatever that was. When the sun was finally high enough to cast shadows, I walked over to the deadfall. I expected to see scorched wood or disturbed leaves, but there was nothing. Just the same old rotting cedar, and the smell of wet earth. But I noticed one thing. The birds, which should have been there in the morning, active and loud, were completely silent in that specific patch of woods. I hiked back to my truck in record time. I've been hunting that spot for years, but I've never gone back since that specific time. Some people say that it's ball lightning. Others say it's earth lights. But they didn't see the way it moved. They didn't see the way that it seemed to know the area. Whatever the blue spark was, I don't think it was a weather phenomenon. I think it was a visitor. I was 6 years old when my best friend died. That sentence still feels strange to write even now. 6 is an age where death doesn't make sense yet. You understand that someone is gone, but you don't understand what gone actually means. You expect them to come back after a while, the same way they do when they move or go on vacation. He lived directly across the street from me. Our houses mirrored each other so closely that our bedroom windows faced one another. At night, if our lights were on, we could see silhouettes moving back and forth. During the day, we'd knock on the glass or wave when we were supposed to be doing homework or getting ready for bed. The night he was shot, everything changed in a way that felt immediate and permanent. Adults spoke in low voices. Police cars lined the street. My parents wouldn't let me outside. The house across the street from ours went dark. For a long time after that, I didn't understand why I couldn't just walk across the street and knock on his door like always. What I did understand, what I knew with certainty that only a child has, was that he wasn't really gone. I could feel it. Sometimes at night, I would wake up and I'd see movement in the window across the street. Not clearly, just the suggestion of someone there, a shape, a flicker of light. The feeling that I wasn't alone in the way people mean when they say they're being watched, but in a way that felt familiar, comforting. When I told my parents, they were gentle but firm. They told me it was grief, that my mind was trying to make sense of something really big, and that kids imagine things when they're sad. I believed them, mostly, but there was a part of me that knew better, not in a way I can really explain, just in the quiet, unquestionable way that kids accept the world as it presents itself. Years passed. A new family moved in the house across the street. I remember watching them unpack, noticing how the windows were lit again. For a while, everything seemed normal. But then, something was off. That family stayed for a little less than 2 years and moved out abruptly. Later, through the neighborhood conversations and overheard adult talk, I learned why. They claimed that they heard a child laughing inside the house. Not outside in the street, but inside. They would mention footsteps, doors that felt watched, the sense that someone small was moving through the space when no one should have been there. After they left, another family came, then another. None of them stayed long. Some lasted a couple of years, some barely made it a few months. There were long stretches where the house sat empty, curtains drawn, lawn overgrown. The windows, once the center of my childhood, dark again. And then I was just older, old enough to know how these stories sound, old enough to understand how easily grief can rewrite memories. Old enough to dismiss what I once believed as imagination. But here's the thing. Even as I grew up, that feeling never went away. Whenever I came home, after moving out, after college, after life pulled me farther from the street, I would look at that house, and I would feel the same calm certainty that I felt when I was a child. And this feeling, it's not fear or sadness. It's presence. I've thought a lot about why children seem more open to these experiences. I don't think it's because they're naive per se. I think it's because they don't yet know all the reasons not to believe something. They don't need proof. They don't demand explanations or question themselves. They don't label experiences as impossible just because they don't fit into neat categories. They accept what feels true. They accept the world as it is. As a child, I didn't question why my best friend would still be there. Of course he was. That was his house. That was our street. That was where his laughter belonged. And maybe that's why, even now, the idea of him being there doesn't frighten me. I don't imagine him trapped or restless or lonely, and I don't think he's trying to scare anyone. I think he's just there, existing in the place he loved, in the way he knows how. Watching over the street, watching over me. Some people believe that spirits linger because there's unfinished business or they're angry or lost, but I don't believe that's always true. I think sometimes they stay because love doesn't disappear just because a life does. And I think kids with their open hearts and unguarded belief can sense that in a way adults forgot how to. I don't live on that street anymore, but whenever I pass through town, I still glance toward that house. Sometimes it's occupied, sometimes it's empty, sometimes the windows catch the light just right. And every now and then I feel that same reassurance that I felt when I was small. Like someone I loved never really left. And honestly, I'm glad I believed it then, and I'm glad I still do now. I remember being already halfway out into the bay when the boat's engine hiccuped. Not enough to stall it, just a brief shudder, like I had caught on something invisible and then let go. I eased off the throttle and I listened. The night was calm, usually so. The water barely moving except for the slow push of the tide. No wind to speak of, no chops. It really is the type of quiet that boaters love and mistrust all at the same time. I was alone, which wasn't unusual. I've been running this stretch of water long enough that a short night run doesn't feel like a risk. The moon was low and thin, just enough light to silver the top of the surface without actually helping much. The shoreline was just a dark suggestion to my left, and the marsh was low with trees blurring together. I brought the engine back up gently and continued on. Then I noticed a wake. It wasn't mine. At first it looked like a long V shape spreading out ahead of me. It was faint but deliberate, like something had passed through recently and the water hadn't settled yet, but I'd heard nothing. I guess none of it is strange on its own. Boats move through here all the time, but the angle of the wake was wrong. It wasn't cutting across my path or fading away behind me. It was pacing me. I slowed again. The wake slowed too. I remember leaning forward and squinting, trying to get a better sense of the water's surface. When you spend enough time on boats, you start reading the water the way people read faces. Current, debris, fish breaking the surface. This wasn't any of that, though. It was too smooth. Long, continuous. It wasn't erratic like a fish, or choppy like wind-driven ripples. This was a steady displacement, as if something substantial was moving just beneath the surface, close enough to shape the water but not break it. I cut the engine completely. The boat drifted. The quiet pressed in so hard it felt like pressure on my ears. Somewhere far off I could hear another motor, but it was distant enough to feel theoretical. The wake, though, it didn't stop. It slid forward another few feet and then adjusted. That's the best word to describe it. It corrected its position until it was parallel to my boat, off to the starboard side. Not touching or colliding, just waiting there. I waited for logic to kick in and tell me what to do, for my brain to offer up dolphins, logs, currents converging in a weird way, anything. But none of those explanations match the behavior. Dolphins surface, logs drift, and currents, they don't follow you and change. The water lifted slightly, like a long back rising just enough to catch the moonlight. I didn't see a head or fins. I just saw length. It went on longer than it should have. Long enough that my eyes kept expecting it to end, and it didn't. The surface tension was bending around it, smooth and unbroken, and the wake behind it stretched out in a way that made my stomach flip. This wasn't something small or magnified by darkness. It was something big moving carefully. The boat rocked once, gently, like a hand had brushed past it. I whispered, "Nope," to nobody and reached for the ignition. The engine turned over and caught. The sudden vibration felt loud and intrusive, like I'd broken some unspoken rule. I pushed the throttle forward anyway, not hard, just enough to get moving. The thing in the water matched me immediately. It didn't surge or chase, it just matched me perfectly. I think that's what made it worse. If it had rushed me, I could have panicked properly. If it had vanished, I could have rationalized. Instead, it stayed where it was, keeping pace with an ease that suggested I wasn't dictating the terms here. I angled slightly toward the open water. It angled too. The wake curved, smooth as a pen stroke. My heart started doing that unpleasant fluttering thing where I can't decide whether to race or stall. I told myself not to look, which of course meant I looked. The water was darker now, the moon hidden behind the thin veil of clouds, but I could still see the disturbance. It was closer. Close enough that if I leaned over, I might have touched it. I didn't. Then, a smell. It wasn't strong at first. Organic tang, maybe. Briny, but not clean. Alive, but not fresh. It slid into my awareness slowly, and once I noticed it, I couldn't not notice it. I pushed the throttle harder. The boat picked up speed, the hull slapping softly against the water now. The shoreline blurred more than before. I focused on my heading, on the feel of the controls in my hands, on the very normal mechanics of piloting a boat. The wake kept pace. Then, just for a second, it changed. The surface bulged upwards, higher than before, and something rolled beneath it, not breaking the surface, not fully, but close enough that I saw a darker shape move through the lighter water like a shadow behind frosted glass. I caught a glimpse of texture, not scales or smoothness, something in between, like thick, uneven hide, moving in a way that suggested muscle underneath, slow and powerful. I felt very aware of how thin fiberglass is. The thing drifted closer, and the water between us narrowed until it felt intimate. I could see the curve of it now, the arc of whatever body was under there bending as it adjusted course again. Then it did something I still don't understand. It dropped back, not retreating, just easing behind me, letting my wake overlap with its own. For a moment, the water was confused, patterns colliding and canceling out. And in that overlap, I felt it brush the boat again, firmer this time, enough to rock me. I didn't slow and I didn't look back. I kept going until the lights of shore grew brighter and other boats became visible shapes instead of ideas. When I finally dared to glance over the side, the water was empty and normal. It was just dark water that was reflecting the light and the reassuring chaos of human activity. I docked without finesse, hands shaking more than I wanted to admit. I stayed seated longer than necessary, listening to the engine tick as it cooled, breathing in air that smelled like fuel and marsh and safety. I didn't tell anyone that night. I've told a few people since, carefully, casually, framed as weird water stuff. Some nod, some smile. Some tell me about the currents and shadows and how the bay plays tricks on you. And maybe it does. But I know what followed my boat without breaking the surface. I know how deliberate it can be. I know the difference between being chased and being accompanied. I still go out at night. I just don't cut the engine anymore. You never know. How it started. A coworker asked if I was feeling better than earlier. I assumed they meant a cold that I'd had weeks before, and I brushed it off, saying I was great. Later that day, someone else asked why I'd been so quiet in the morning meeting. I hadn't been quiet. I hadn't even been there. I'd been running late. When I said that, they gave me a look like I was joking badly. "You were sitting right there," they said. "You just didn't talk much." I let it go. Offices are full of crossed wires and bad assumptions, and not all of these people in this meeting were those I knew, not very well. Faces blur together. People misremember. It happens. But it kept happening. Friends even mentioned conversations I didn't recall. A neighbor waved at me in a way that felt familiar, like we'd just spoken recently. Someone at my gym accused me, half joking, of ignoring them the day before. I said hi, they told me. "You looked right at me." I hadn't been there. The descriptions were vague, but odd. The same clothes I'd owned, same backpack. Nothing that couldn't just be a coincidence, though. Until one night, someone got real specific. I was at a small bar with friends when a woman approached me, smiling like we were already in mid-conversation. "You didn't have to sneak out like that," she said. I told her that she had the wrong person. She laughed. "No, I don't. We talked outside for like 20 minutes. Told me about your job, about your dad, how you hated driving at night." Those were all true. Though I had no idea why this woman knew them. She even repeated a joke that I remembered making, but not to her. When I insisted it wasn't me, she hesitated, looked me over. "You're wearing the same jacket." That night, I went home and stood in front of the mirror longer than I'd like to admit. Nothing looked wrong or off. I didn't feel wrong either. No headaches, no gaps in my memory. I could account for all of my time. There was no sense of being watched or followed. There was just this growing awareness that someone who looked like me was moving through the same spaces I did, living parallel. I started asking careful questions. "Did you see me yesterday? What time was that? Where exactly?" I didn't love that the answers just lined up too well. Same neighborhoods, same coffee shop, same grocery store. Always places I could have been, but I wasn't. All these people that believed they'd seen me, and they weren't surprised by anything about me. No uncanny behavior or off details. Whoever it was that spoke like me, stood like me, filled the space the way that I would. One person mentioned something that sort of pushed me over the edge. They said that I'd avoided them earlier. It bothered me more than anything else so far, I guess. It meant that this version of me wasn't copying my appearance. It was adjusting and modifying things, choosing when to blend in and when not to draw attention. I really wanted to catch it, her. I changed routines, took different routes, stayed home on nights that I usually went out. But the sightings really didn't stop. They just shifted. Someone would always swear they saw me somewhere that I should have been, according to my old habits. Like the thing wearing my life knew the schedule better than I did. and I guess it did. I was having more conversations with people about conversations I didn't have than actual conversations with people. I never saw it myself, not once, which in some ways felt deliberate. Eventually, the sightings stopped. People stopped mentioning things I couldn't recall, and life settled back into place. People stopped telling me I was quiet, or that I avoided them, and I should have felt relieved. Instead, for a while, I felt displaced, like something had tried me on, decided I fit well enough, and then lost interest, but could always come back. Every now and then I wonder if it's still out there, wearing my face somewhere else, living a version of my life I'll never remember. And other times, and this is the part I don't usually tell anyone, I worry it wasn't a copy at all. What if it was like this draft? A version of me that stepped forward briefly to see how the world would react. And maybe the worst part, no one noticed anything truly wrong. Which means if it ever comes back, I'm not sure the world would know the difference, even if I did. Most of the marketing team had cleared out by 5 p.m. It was a Friday after all. Everyone's always eager for their weekend. But for the few of us still grinding, chasing deadlines, and fighting the good fight against impending Monday doom, the open plan office transformed. Desks became islands, shadowed by the glow of monitors, and the usual bustling space felt vast, almost cavernous. I was hunched over my keyboard, wrestling with a particularly stubborn campaign brief when I heard something. "Liam, can you check these numbers for me?" It was Tammy's voice. Tammy is our senior analyst, known for her perpetually calm demeanor, her uncanny ability to spot a rogue decimal point from 50 spaces. I glanced up, expecting to see her leaning over the partition of my cubicle, or perhaps even walking towards her own desk. But she wasn't there. The aisle was in fact empty. "Tammy?" I called out. My voice sounded strangely quiet. There was no reply. I shrugged it off. Maybe she'd stepped out for a moment. Perhaps the sound had carried from deeper within the office. Or I was just overtired. I went back to my brief. Surely she'd have to show me the numbers she wanted me to check. Minutes later, the voice came again, further away this time, but a little more urgent. "Liam, seriously, I need those figures reconciled. Did you hear me?" This time it was unmistakably from the small kitchenette area, just beyond the meeting rooms. I pushed my chair back, a faint sense of annoyance mixed with growing unease. Tammy was usually more patient. I walked toward the kitchenette, intending to tell her that I'd be with her in a minute, that I was just wrapping something up. As I approached, I saw Robert, one of our graphic designers. He was standing by the coffee machine with his back to me. He was staring intently at the bubbling carafe. "Hey, Robert, is Tammy in there?" I asked, gesturing vaguely toward the kitchenette. Robert turned, a confused expression on his face. "Tammy? No, why?" "I keep hearing her call my name. She's asking about numbers," I explained. I was feeling a little foolish. "Sounded like she was in here," I said. Robert frowned. "That's weird because I just heard David calling my name from the supply room. But I checked and Celeste said that David left an hour ago anyway. Hot date or something. Maybe Celeste was calling your name." I thought that was strange. David is our creative director, and he had a booming laugh with an even louder speaking voice. If he'd been here, we'd all know it. "You're serious?" I asked. "Yeah," Robert replied, looking around the deserted office. I thought maybe I was just hearing things because I'm hopped up on too much cheap coffee, but you too, huh? Before either of us could fully process it, the overhead lights flickered once, then twice, then plunging the far end of the office into temporary darkness, before buzzing back to life. In that brief moment of darkness, there was a sound. I didn't recognize this voice, but it simply said, "What are you doing in there?" This time, we both heard it at the same time. Robert and I spun around simultaneously. The office was still empty. The screens of dormant computers cast this weird glow on all the empty chairs. Suddenly, this space felt eerie. No one was there. "Let's go," Robert whispered. His eyes were wide. "Right now." We didn't bother logging off. I don't even think we grabbed our bags. We practically ran to the elevators, pressing the down button with frantic urgency. The journey down was filled with fear. Each floor number glowing was like a malevolent red as we descended. Nothing felt right about the whole thing. Every hum, every creak of the old building, it felt like some new sound being conjured. When the elevator doors finally opened to the brightly lit lobby, the sudden rush of normal city sounds, distant traffic, a siren, someone talking on their phone, someone we could see. We didn't say much on the walk to the parking garage. We just kept looking over our shoulders, half expecting to hear one of our names be called out. That next Monday, Tammy and David were their usual selves, completely oblivious to their mimics. We never told them what we'd heard. How could you? How do you explain that part of your otherwise unremarkable office building in the dead of night? You began to hear parroted voices of your colleagues, calling you to empty rooms. Robert and I developed some unspoken rule: never be the last ones in the office. And if you hear your name called when no one is around to say it, just keep walking. Don't respond. And definitely, don't go looking. Part of me wishes that I'd never actually chased after that voice, that I just kept working on my campaign. But I didn't. And when I found nothing, well, that was harder to reconcile than just thinking I was hearing something.
I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously the car in front of me had veered and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment I'm going to die. I breathe a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car, as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" "The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said..." He interrupted. "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me. I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful. I just recently moved out of a house that I'd lived in for about 6 years. My family and I had moved in when I was 13 with a family friend whose parents had passed away a few years prior. Not much really happened there, other than the usual seeing things out of the corner of your eyes and such, but nothing too memorable. The way the house was laid out, you were able to see down the hallway past the gallery kitchen near the back door, where a half bath was and the washer and dryer hookups. You could see all this from the living room. A few years after moving in, sometimes when I would glance up at the black TV in the living room, I would notice what appeared to be the figure of a young woman standing in the middle of the hallway further down. It was just the outline of a woman standing there still, and what looked to be long black hair falling down her shoulders. Most of her was black, so you couldn't make out facial details or anything. At first, I'd find myself staring at it, and then turning around to look down the hallway, only to find nothing. Every time I'd look back at the TV, it was still there. Countless times I'd search the area, trying to find a reasonable explanation as to what I was seeing. Maybe coats or clothes, or maybe just the way the shadow would be casted. But nothing. I would look back up, and she was still there. After some time, I became desensitized to it. She never moved, never made noise. She just stood there. So knowing that there was no danger that came from her, I simply ignored any time I saw her. My parents never mentioned seeing anything, so I thought once we'd all moved out that maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me back then. I started dating my now boyfriend a few months before we moved, so he'd come around the house plenty of times and even spent the night once before. Today, me and him were sharing some of our ghost stories from our childhood. I started to mention this story, but I didn't even get to the part of the TV yet when he cut me off. He started to get really freaked out, saying that one night he'd gotten up to go get his soda from the kitchen to bring back to my room. He further explained that once he went to grab the soda, he immediately felt like he was being watched. When he glanced up, he noticed something in the TV. I started shaking. I almost got emotional, knowing that I wasn't the only one to have seen it. He described everything about her that I could make out, but he said he was closer to her than I ever was, that he could only make out the figure from over his shoulder. He'd only seen her that one time, but it was baffling to me to realize that I wasn't the only one. I called my dad, asked if he'd ever seen it, and he said no. But he did say that he would sometimes see someone walking around the house occasionally, but never anyone back there. As of right now, we're the only two who have ever seen it,
which makes this encounter even weirder to me. No explanation to this day. It really makes me wonder what it may have been. In death row of Florida State Prison, in a back room is Old Sparky. Now, I know many people think of Sing Sing Prison in the Green Mile movie, but the truth is most prisons share terms for places and objects. Now, Old Sparky was the Florida State electric chair. It's still ready to go if they were to ever reinstall the generators. I had 2 interactions with this chair. They have orderly inmates shine the chair still, and a guard will have to watch them while they do it. I was acting as an auxiliary officer, coming from the prison next door, and being a death row officer by this point in my career, I drew the long straws, as my captain put it, and was put on detail for Old Sparky. I know this isn't a very long story, but I believe that there is some negative attachment to that chair. I'm a generally healthy person, decent immune system, and not squeamish in any way. But when I would enter the room with the chair, I would get ill. Nausea, sweats, pains, anxiety. The closer I got, the worse I felt. The first time I was guarding the detail, I kept having to swap officers for a few minutes just to feel better. Finally, I just couldn't do it anymore. I talked to the shift lieutenant and explained that I was having issues in that room. And that's when I was moved to compound security. When I was in the 4th grade, I spent spring break with my grandparents in Arizona. They lived in a pretty sleepy area, being retired and all. A short golf cart ride away, there was lots of golf courses, random activity centers. But mostly right around them is just desert. They did their best to keep me entertained, taking us to spring training games, dinosaur museums, a pretty cool zoo. We spent a good amount of time at my grandparents' actual house, though, which I quite enjoyed because they had a pool. Between that and my Nintendo DS, I managed to keep myself pretty busy, spending a good majority of time in that pool. Grandma was a smoker and a night owl, so she was often outside puffing away while I'd be swimming away. One night I was out there alone, my grandparents watching one of their shows inside. At some point my grandma must have come outside because when I looked over toward the back door, I saw her sitting there. It was a little off, though. She hadn't turned on the porch light and was essentially sitting in the dark. But I just kept swimming. Maybe she didn't plan on being out there long. The skies are pretty clear out there, so one of my favorite things to do was to float on my back and look up at the stars. While on my back, I feel something brush against my foot, and before I can react, something is grabbing my ankle. And I mean, I felt the feeling of a bony yet human hand. It wrapped around my ankle. It startled me for sure. Up to this point, my grandparents hadn't gone in the pool, but in the event that it was my grandma, I refrained from kicking my feet around. I positioned myself to stand in the pool, expecting to see my grandma, but I saw no one. As far as I could tell, I was alone, but I didn't feel like it. It felt like someone was watching me. Then there was my ankle. I could still recall the sensation. Within moments of realizing I was completely alone, I decided to go inside. When I opened the back door, I startled my grandparents, both of them saying that they had no idea I was out there, that I was so quiet. But hadn't you heard me or seen me, Grandma? I saw you out there, sitting in the dark like a creep, I joked. Only she didn't laugh. She turned around and looked at me, saying that she hadn't gone out for her smoke. Not yet. I remember contemplating telling them about my ankle, or insisting I saw someone out there, but I didn't end up saying anything, except the next day, I did ask if they ever got any critters around here, and did anything ever get in the pool. They got weird. It's hard to explain, but they looked at each other in a way that made even me, a 4th grader, feel like they were hiding something. They told me no. Well, one did, while the other said, not really. Not really. What the heck did that mean? I kept wondering if they knew something. I really couldn't let it go, mentally. But they never said anything else about it, so neither did I. Until I got home. Maybe 2 or 3 days after the whole thing. My older brother Luke, 19 at the time, was visiting from college for his spring break. One night, my family is outside by the fire eating. Parents are drinking, and Luke asks what I did for spring break. So I told him. He instantly starts laughing when I get to the swimming part, and he says something about that being gnarly. Which part, though? I was confused because I hadn't even told him about the weird thing. The part about my ankle or the person. My parents attempted to hush him from saying what he was trying to say, but he wasn't going to not tell me what was so gnarly. So he tells my parents, "Oh, that's messed up, you didn't tell him," all while still laughing. And then he says it. "You know an old dude died in there, right? Like last year, one of Grandma and Grandpa's parties. He just died in there. Heart attack or something. One of their friends." My parents were scolding my brother for laughing, and then my mom started scolding him for scaring me. Apparently, I hadn't moved or so much as reacted to what my brother had said. I was sort of in shock. I knew that I'd swam in the pool nonstop. I also knew something else. Something no one else around me knew. Something was in that pool. Something was outside. I tried to shake it off, and I told my brother, "Whatever, chlorine kills all that anyways." I'd learned that from Grandpa himself when he'd treat the pool. But I could never really reconcile it all. I mean, the story my brother tells is unsettling, but the story I didn't tell, it's something I can't really explain. Even as an adult in my 20s, I don't understand it. Was it this guy's spirit? If so, since when can you feel that kind of stuff? Can you really be touched by ghosts? It seems so unreal, yet I have no other explanation for it. My buddy and I hiked into a state forest where the AT runs through this past spring, with the plan to spend a couple of days out there to camp and hunt turkeys. We'd been up there a few times that winter, and we knew of a few general areas near a shelter to set up our tent, where it was flat and not very rocky. We were getting our tent set up and then planning on a quick hike to some spots to check for turkey signs before it got dark. He was loading some of his gear in the tent when I walked to the edge of a little clearing that we'd set up to take a leak. I swear I saw and heard a person moving quickly away from the edge of the clearing, but through some super thick mountain laurel. I didn't think much of it since we were near a trail and there was a shelter less than a quarter mile away. I figured it was a guy looking for a spot to get set up. After our short scouting hike, we got back and it was starting to get dark, but it was still bright enough to see with no headlamp. We decided to make a little fire and hang out a while we ate dinner. I start walking around the edge of the clearing, looking for firewood, when I saw movement and heard running again. This time I let out a "yo" to make sure our presence was known, and I heard the running fade off. Was a little spooked, but nothing happened after that. At least not to me. When I got back, my buddy said, "Why were you throwing shit?" I looked at him, confused. I wasn't throwing shit. He said he saw several rocks coming from the area where I would have been standing, being tossed into our camp area. I told him that wasn't me. But I told him what I'd seen, or heard, rather. We still don't know what it was. Logically, a deer doesn't make sense for the rocks, but it could for what I saw. But I also swear I saw a person. Like they even had a red t-shirt or something. We ended up setting up there again the next night and went into the thick stuff to get a good spot to dig a hole. We went right to the spot that I saw whatever I saw. It was clear that this wasn't a proper spot to set up. Whatever was over here had really been trying to not be noticed. Yet somehow, I noticed. Possibly we got really lucky. So yeah, don't really have much of an explanation for it, but it was certainly weird. And the only thing that ever gave me pause in the woods with that feeling that something isn't right. I was the second to youngest of 5 children. We were as close as you could get with 7 people growing up in a 3-bedroom house. My oldest brother had just turned 25, and I was 19 in May of '98. I was taking a nap in my parents' living room. I dreamt of my brother on his motorcycle. It was as if I was watching him right in front of me, but he didn't know I was there. He'd stopped and spoke to my cousins, making jokes. They offered him a beer and he said, "No, I gotta get home." The dream was clear as day as he got onto his bike, drove down the road until a postal van pulled out in front of him, causing his death. It woke me up with a startle when they collided. I was so relieved that I was dreaming. 2 seconds later, the phone rang. Another cousin told me that there was a motorcycle wreck close by. After announcing it to my siblings, my father hung the phone up, called my uncle asking if he'd seen my brother, and I realized my brother was actually out on his motorcycle. He'd wrecked on the exact road of my dream and died, hitting a postal van. I later found out that he'd been to my cousin's house too, exactly like my dream. It was the darkest day of my life, but over the years I've come to the conclusion that there exists a connection between loved ones. A deep connection that no one can explain. I know I saw my brother's last day in my dream, and it gives me hope that there is still mystery in the world, and I'll see him again. This happened when I was 12. I lived in Alabama, but every year my mom and I would travel to Perth Amboy, New Jersey, to visit my grandparents in the summer and winter. Their house always gave me an eerie feeling. It was always dark. The air felt stale because the windows hadn't been opened in years. My grandparents were devout Catholics, so every doorway had a crucifix mounted above it. There's nothing wrong with that, of course, but as a nervous kid, those crucifixes terrified me. The year my grandma had a stroke, my mom decided I shouldn't see her in the hospital. I was young and had a lot of anxiety. I didn't understand how bad her condition was, only that she'd been hallucinating red balloons floating on the ceiling of her hospital room. Even at 12, that chilled me. Something about it felt wrong, like a detail from a horror movie that didn't belong in real life. When my mom was in the hospital with my grandma, my mom's cousin stayed with me. One afternoon, we were out on the porch. I was rocking on the swing while we chatted. At some point, she stepped inside to talk to my mom on the phone, and that's when I heard it. It came from the outside stairwell that led to the basement. It was low and rattling, like a whispering groan. It happened several more times. I tried to brush it off, but I was an anxious kid. My imagination ran wild. Was it a ghost? An intruder? Something else entirely? When my mom's cousin came back outside, she wrapped me in a long, tight hug. I didn't understand why. Later that evening, I found out it was because my grandma had passed away. The night she died, I had a terrifying dream. One that was so vivid, I had a hard time convincing myself it wasn't real. In it, I was standing at the basement door, the one that led to the boiler. I could hear the same whispering groan that I'd heard from the porch that afternoon. I looked up. Floating just below the clouds were red balloons, like the ones my grandma had seen on her hospital room ceiling. After that, I avoided the basement as much as I could. Years passed. I was a teenager, maybe around 16. By then, I had mostly forgotten about that summer, at least the fear it gave me. The details of my grandma's death, the balloons, the whispering groan, it had all faded into the same memory. Until one day when my mom asked me to do laundry. The washer and dryer were in the basement. They were old, clunky machines that everyone was convinced might catch fire if left unattended. The stairs to the basement were narrow and uneven, and only one light bulb hung overhead, suspended from a string. My only distraction was a tiny handheld TV that my grandfather kept nearby. It had an antenna, picked up exactly one working channel. I found some sports game and settled in. About 10 minutes into the dryer cycle, I heard it. It was that same whispering groan coming from the dark corner of the basement, behind the boiler. Just then, the TV switched channels on its own. Static flooded the screen, making a shrill, shrieking sound. The light bulb above me flickered, dimmed. The dryer made a buzzing sound and stopped midway through the cycle. I ran up the basement stairs so fast it looked like a scene out of Scooby-Doo. Later that evening, the heat went out. It was winter in New Jersey. There was a blizzard outside. My mom said that we needed to check the boiler, insisting that I came with her into the basement. As she knelt to check the boiler, I held the flashlight. And that's when I saw them. 2 green, glowing handprints on the side of the boiler. I almost shit myself. My mom barely reacted. She said it was probably some maintenance worker who had touched the dusty surface. That maybe something had just reflected weird in the flashlight. But I remember how the prints shimmered like something supernatural. I don't know if it was my grandma's ghost or something else entirely. But I never went down to that basement again. I never told anyone about the whispering groan that I'd heard earlier in the day on the afternoon Grandma died. My mom would have rolled her eyes, thought that it was my anxiety playing tricks on me. Telling my grandpa would have just upset him. After my grandma died, he stopped going out and eventually became a recluse. Without her, he just seemed lost. My mom offered to let him live with us in Alabama, but New Jersey was the only home he'd ever known, and my grandma was buried there. I think he didn't want to leave her. My grandpa passed away when I was 18, and the house was eventually sold. I'm 32 now, but I still remember that whispering groan, the red balloons, the ghostly handprints on the boiler. I haven't been back to New Jersey since he died, and no offense to my grandparents, but I'm perfectly fine with never being anywhere near that house or that basement ever again.
I remember when I was 12, I came home from school and I heard the side door slowly creak open. I thought my mom had come home early from work and was trying to bring in some groceries. I called my mom and I heard no answer. So I looked out the kitchen window and her car wasn't parked in the driveway. I thought that was a little odd, so I called out, "Hello?" No answer. I began hearing faint footsteps walk down the basement stairs, almost like someone was tiptoeing down the stairs. They were walking slowly, kind of like a kid trying to evade detection for a midnight snack. I thought there was an uninvited guest in the house, so I made a mad dash for the front door and got the hell out of there. I spent the next several hours standing at a safe distance from the house to see if an intruder exited from the front, side, or back door. This was before cell phones, so I had no way of calling for help. I don't understand why I wouldn't have tried to go to the neighbor's house and ask for help, but I was 12, so maybe I didn't have the best judgment. Several hours later, my mom came home, and I told her that someone was in the house. She was unfazed. She told me to wait outside so she could go check out the house. But I wasn't going to let my mom go in alone. She grabs a butcher knife, I grab a baseball bat, and we check every room, starting with the basement. I was terrified. We got through the entire house, and there was no one there. Many events transpired after this story, and many were equally as terrifying. The neighbors behind our house told us a little about the family who lived there before us. The mother of the family would walk up and down our road all day, wearing the same floral pattern dress. I don't know about the father, but I do know they had a son, and they also owned multiple German shepherds. My neighbor said that there were times at night that they could hear the German shepherds crying from inside the house. This would happen often late at night. The son was very dark and antisocial. That's all I knew about him. I don't know if any of this is related to the haunting, but it's disturbing nonetheless. Anyway, before this, my stepbrother came to live with us for a few years. He moved into my old room. I moved into my brother's room, sharing a bunk bed. He didn't tell us at the time, but my stepbrother was experiencing some strange things in his room at night. It took him a while to share what happened, but on this one occasion, he kept waking up at different times of the night. He said each time he woke up, he'd find his leg dangling off the side of the bed, and his blanket would be on the floor. This happened several times over the course of the night. When he woke up the next morning, he was face down in the middle of the room. When I stayed in this room growing up, I was always terrified. My mom would sing lullabies to calm me down and would sometimes play gospel music in the background to drown out the noise of that house. We would hear inexplicable noises, like loud crashings. It sounded like glass shattering, and it would always come from upstairs. We would go investigate and never find anything broken. One time, we came home late from church and found a red stain on the carpet that hadn't been there prior. It looked like blood. Another time, my mom was sorting coupons on the floor, and they would move further away from where she put them. She thought she was going crazy at one point and would take meds to go to sleep. One night, I was sleeping on the bottom bunk, and someone whispered into my ear, "I love you." I hopped out of bed to wake up my brother, who was fast asleep on the top bunk. We had an old-fashioned TV in one room that would turn on by itself. The TV had a knob for a power button. In order for you to turn the TV on, you had to pull on the knob, and the power would go on. There wasn't a controller for this TV, and you had to manually change the channels. So in order for the TV to go on, you had to apply a reasonable level of force. We had appliances that would turn themselves on, namely the vacuum and TV. The fight or flight response was a constant feeling in that home for all of us. It never felt right. It felt very wrong. Like there was an invisible stalker who was constantly monitoring our every move. I remember my mom had a spiritualist come to the house to investigate the home and bless it. In the basement, the lady had visions of bondage, a woman being bound while being physically and sexually abused. She also said that she picked up on animals being abused in the home. She did a thorough blessing of the house. Unfortunately, it didn't do much. When I was 6, my family moved into a new house, and something else was living in my room with me. It was a 3-bedroom, and as the youngest, I was left with the smallest room at the back of the house. It was a really weird layout. I've never seen another one like it, but none of us slept very close to one another. Normally, the master bedroom will be on one side and the others will be down some hallway with a bathroom and maybe a closet, but not this place. My parents' room was off the kitchen at one end, and my sister was down the hall, while mine was just all by itself on the other side of the den at the opposite end of the house. This is because my sister's room used to be the master until the previous owners had built the new addition off the kitchen. Nothing weird ever happened anywhere else in that house, just my room. I quickly learned to avoid it at all costs during the day, but I'd still have to sleep in there. And that's when things got really bad. It was one thing when something on a shelf fell over by itself, but the shadow figure scared me to death. In the corner, there was an old spinning green chair, like a small recliner that didn't recline. It made a certain sound when someone sat or spun around, and I heard it on the very first night. I was already having trouble staying asleep,
just because it was a new place, but I would drift in and out. When I first heard someone sit down, it was almost a jump scare because I hadn't heard the door open or anyone cross the room, and that surprised me unto itself. Assuming it must be my mom, I opened my eyes, wondering what she could possibly be doing, and that's when the true terror began. Even though this was over 30 years ago, I still remember each of these instances like it just happened. I may not recall what I did for my birthday or where the school took us on field trips, but these are crystal clear. Well, for the first night, my very dim nightlight was on one side of the room, and this chair was on the opposite corner by the closet, so literally the darkest spot in there. I couldn't make out any details about the figure sitting in the chair. It was just a solid, human-shaped black mass, slowly spinning back and forth. The head remained fixed, as if watching me sleep, while the rest of its body moved with the chair. I'd been pretty warm all night, but now it was cold enough to make me shiver, and I wanted so badly to call out for my parents. No matter how hard I tried, my voice wouldn't come. If it knew that I was awake, it might get up. Or what if it spoke? Oh, I also didn't have a way to tell time, so I had no clue how long it was until daylight. It could have been minutes or hours for all I knew. Same goes for how long that thing was there. Eventually, the squeaking sound stopped, and I went into an even higher state of alert. What if it was bored watching me sleep and about to pounce? But the sound of it standing up never came. When I finally worked up the courage to crack open my eyes, it was gone. I threw off the covers and ran to my parents, telling them everything. Obviously, they assumed someone had broken in. I guess I should have too, but the cold dread I felt was so extreme that the idea it could be human never even occurred to me. Dad searched my room and then the house, but found no sign that anyone could have been inside. Ultimately, it was concluded that I must have had a nightmare, and I was allowed to sleep with them for the short hours remaining of the night. I actually ended up spending a few nights in their room, but then I had to go back. I cried for the first hour of trying to fall asleep, but the rest of my things were unpacked by then, so at least I had a clock and a better nightlight. It had been placed in the center of the room. I stayed awake, frightened until sometime around midnight when I finally fell asleep. Then I woke up the next morning and everything was completely fine. The same thing happened once again the next night, and the one after that. At the 1 week mark, I began to wonder if it actually had been a nightmare. But I didn't have to contemplate that theory for long. It was only a few more nights before it happened again. The sound of someone heavy sitting in that chair woke me from a dead sleep, and the slight spinning motion began immediately. I could feel everything run cold, and I pinched my arm until it left bruises, but I never woke up from any nightmare. It all happened exactly like it had the first time. It was almost 3 when it came, and it stayed for 47 minutes before vanishing. Even though the new nightlight should have illuminated anyone or anything in that chair, the figure was still just a black shadow person, turning side to side. This thing watched me sleep off and on throughout my childhood until I went to college. After that, I never slept there again. My parents moved out when I was 25, and I've always wondered about the new homeowners, but never had the courage to make contact. This isn't my story exactly, but I heard about it and saw the evidence from those involved. My mother's late boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, grew up in a small town called Oakville. Steve would often take my youngest sisters and my mother to visit family there. He's big on photography, so he was always looking for fun and cool places to take the family where he could take photos. While my brother and I had already moved out, my mom and sisters were still living with Steve at the time.
I'd already had 3 kids, so it wasn't feasible for me to join them on these trips. On one particular visit, Steve decided to take them to an old mansion called Graywood Manor, which wasn't far from Oakville. The sun was shining, and it was perfect weather for a hike and some photography. After returning home from the somewhat uneventful visit, Steve had the photos developed. This was almost 25 years ago, so they were using rolls of film. Surprisingly, every photo, except one, captured the joyous atmosphere of the sunny day. The odd photo, however, showcased Graywood Manor at night during a fierce thunderstorm, with lightning illuminating the sky. Strangely enough, the negative for this photo was sandwiched between the normal photos that depicted the sunny day. No one noticed anything unusual when the photo was taken. It was only discovered by the person developing the film. Steve kept the photo and the negative until his passing this summer, and none of us could explain the inexplicable occurrence. I had the opportunity to see the photos and negatives myself, and they left us all bewildered. I wish I'd taken it with me. To this day, the mystery behind that particular photo remains unsolved. When I was pregnant with my son, I was homeless and stuck with an abusive guy. We went to stay with his cousin who was actively smoking crack and would have violent outbursts. The family was incredibly abusive as well and would make me do the dishes, take out the dogs, and mop the floors while not being allowed to shower. They took the handle off. They also wouldn't let me eat dinner with them. We would have to sit in the other room. I was at the end of my mental rope and stuck. The house was so dark, and the wife would tell stories about how her young child was afraid to be alone upstairs because of the shadows that were following him, and she was pushed down the stairs once. I always felt someone over my shoulder, and I'd see people out of the corner of my eye, so I felt for that child. Sometimes I would try to catch a glimpse of the shadows, only to see a family member standing there, or no one. I knew that I wasn't crazy. Sure, everyone in the house spoke about small black shadows, but everyone in the house was smoking crack, except for the children and me. So I couldn't really explain away these little shadow legs that would quickly run across the floor. I should add that this house and area was about 100 years old. The guy who had a room upstairs, another cousin, would talk about how the curtains would sway as though someone was touching them, but there was no wind. One night, I went through the front entrance. I hated it. It was dark, and I had to walk down the walkway with bushes on either side. At night, it sort of freaked me out, but it was so close to my car, and my pregnant ass was craving mandarins, which were in the back seat. I walked quickly to the car. On the way back, in the dark of the bushes, was a deep growl. My first thought was, oh my God, I forgot to bring in one of the dogs. I hurried in and accounted for all of the dogs. I thought back to the growl. It was unusual. It made my skin crawl. I guess the icing on the cake for this place was my ex and I, talking face to face on opposite couches. In the middle of us, we hear, shh, super loud. And we both freeze. Did you hear that? Was that you? No. I didn't even bother asking him. I knew it wasn't him. I was watching him talk. We both just sort of shrugged it off and said figures and went back to talking. I really hated that house. It radiated sadness and anger and so much more. My mother had given me a sweater and a necklace for my birthday, which I carefully carried to a specific place in my room. When I went to wear it, however, the necklace was inexplicably gone. Long story short, there's no way for it to have gone missing. Trust me, it just disappeared, and I was very upset. One day down the road, I was in the shower pondering, why is it that God wants us to believe in him without any proof that he exists at all?
Not trying to be controversial, this is just literally what I was thinking about. I wondered, too, if God did give me a sign, would I believe in him then? When I got out of the shower, my missing necklace was lying neat on top of the clothes that I was going to change into, as if I'd put it there. My clothes were nicely folded with my necklace lying neatly on top, perfectly centered. It was a particularly long, chunky metal necklace. It took up space, had weight, it clanked. There was no way for it to have gone unnoticed. It practically gleamed, and I was frozen in place. The bathroom was locked. I hadn't seen the necklace since my birthday. It was impossible for it to be there. I haven't told anyone because it sort of makes me uncomfortable, makes me question myself. But I know it actually happened, and it was genuinely impossible. And yes, I have a working carbon monoxide detector. I guess God gave me a sign. I'm feeling guilty thinking about it, since I consider myself agnostic. I really shouldn't be thinking about it. I guess what I keep going back to is what made it go missing in the first place. Because if that was God, why? And if not, what's to say it's not the same thing that brought it back? This happened about 2 years ago. I was standing in my kitchen waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, completely alone in the house. No TV, no music, no pets. Just me and the comforting sound of the coffee maker. And out of nowhere, I felt 3 taps, hard taps, right on my left shoulder. Not a brush. This wasn't some vague sensation that I could just shrug off. These were firm, deliberate taps, the kind someone would give to get your attention, urgent even. I turned around so fast, I nearly dropped the mug in my hand, but there was no one there. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty space behind me, trying to rationalize it. Maybe something dropped on me. Nothing on the floor, no falling object. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was too human. I don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. And ever since that moment, I've believed that whatever was on the other side, it can reach through. Sometimes it wants you to know it's there. I grew up in Germany, and I'm interested in the paranormal, but also a little suspicious of it. I've had stuff happen that I can't explain, like my great-grandfather visiting me in a dream, even though I'd never met him. He died of cancer a few years before I was born. I remember what he looked like, but not what he said, only that he warned me about something. I eventually learned it was my great-grandfather by seeing pictures of him for the first time. My grandmother had stored them in her attic after he passed, but she cleared the room 10 years later. I also saw a shadow person in my bedroom doorway. It was imitating my mom, calling to me, believing it was her. I turned and mumbled for it to leave me alone. My mom overheard and came to ask if I was okay. In return, I asked why she woke me. She never called for me or stood in my doorway, nor did she encounter whatever I heard. On another occasion, my grandma randomly called me. She has a sixth sense when it comes to family and said everything was going to be okay. She didn't even bother with pleasantries. At the time, I was feeling depressed. I didn't know what to do with my life. I have no idea what made her call, but I'm positive she knew everything. She also did this with my sister on a few occasions. She'd call and somehow give her relevant life advice without being given any information. latest experiences involve my Indian side of the family. Before we moved, we had a religious shrine in our closet, and one night, a blue orb danced through the room. The curtains were closed, no light was coming through, and the orb curiously went into the wardrobe. My husband thinks I saw God. I have no idea if that's true, but I certainly can't explain what I saw. The next one happened during a solar eclipse. My husband has a necklace that he's worn since birth. His mother extended it as he grew, and he gave it to me when he traveled for extended periods. On the day of the eclipse, I suddenly felt really sick. The bus driver even offered to call a doctor once he noticed how pale I'd become. I declined, but I had a hard time walking the last few meters home. I also had a burning sensation where the necklace touched my skin. I immediately called to inform my husband and to ask if I could take off the necklace and put it away and how to store it properly. He said to put it in a box, store it in the corner furthest away from me. I wasn't to wear it until he said it was okay again. As it turns out, his father's mistress does black magic, and the gods that protect us from black magic are weakest during a solar eclipse. I felt weak until the eclipse passed, and then I could wear the necklace again without issue. The last story is the most recent. I was visiting my in-laws in India. Their house is a little old but comfy and pretty. However, I always felt uneasy around the staircase, and apparently that's because it's the most active part of the house. My mother-in-law was a little doubtful of me, but she told my husband that the ghosts were less active during my stay. Basically, she thinks I carry too much light energy, and it dispelled them from the house. Well, I guess that was it. That's my small collection. Do whatever you want with it. I'm looking forward to your comments and ideas. This is my dad's story, but I feel like it's worth telling. Dad was a builder, contracted to carry out projects on council buildings in the UK. This includes homes and flats. One of his jobs included an empty flat building with 3 levels and multiple rooms. When no one lives in them, they're called voids. It's just a building of empty rooms, so the council installs heavy metal doors to prevent thieves from entering. To get in, you need the keys. Rather than going in completely unprepared, Dad wanted to see the scale of the job beforehand. He went inside and noted 4 rooms on the ground, 2nd and 3rd floor, all connected by a staircase with metal bars for railings, and a central shaft through the middle, where you can see straight up to the 3rd floor's ceiling. It was a big job, but achievable within a few days. He only needed to gut the place out, replaster a few walls, and repaint. Dad started to leave when he felt someone behind him. I'm told this isn't uncommon. Locals see builders go into empty buildings, and they want to see what they can take. Naturally, Dad turned around saying that this person had to go so that he could lock up. But no one was there. Thinking it was just an odd sensation, he finished locking up and went home. He told Mom what had happened, but it was only a passing remark. Nothing else was said. Anyway, after the weekend, Dad and his friend Martin returned to the site to begin their work. A local resident approached them and asked how things were going. Both men agreed things were good. They exchanged a bit of small talk. Then the stranger suddenly changed the subject, asking, "It's a shame what happened there, isn't it?" Dad and Martin were confused and asked the man to elaborate. Apparently, a girl came home from school a few months ago to see her father hanging. He'd tied himself to the railing and jumped. Of course, now my dad was scared, and he felt a familiar shiver. He didn't tell the stranger what he felt, but he told his friend.
Martin refused to go into the building alone, and they agreed to always leave the central door open for a quick exit. Dad would be the first to say that he doesn't believe in ghosts. He would also say that he's never seen one, but he calls this the oddest experience of his life, and he can't explain it. When I was younger, I spent half of the week living with my ex, Christopher, in central Paris, near Rue Carducci Park. It was easier to stay in the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. Christopher and I maintained a mutual friendship with his ex-girlfriend, Alice. I know, please don't judge me. Back in the day, the three of us slept in the same room and shared a powerful relationship together. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyway, my experience isn't about our personal story. Alice and Christopher are sensitive people who feel energies and spirits. I never judged them since I also experienced baffling situations, but hey, I wanted to stay pragmatic. I can't explain what happened on those nights when Christopher and I talked in our sleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning. It happened a few times, but I have no memory of the events. She was absolutely sure we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part is that we don't understand or read Latin. She even took notes when we realized some of the sentences were from the Bible, some of them related to Lazarus. While Christopher is a devout Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I've read and studied the Bible and other religious books, but I cannot tell you entire parts from my memory. Since Alice is sensitive to this invisible world, she felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I often laugh and talk while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is often used by the media to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data to do this seemingly impossible? Do you have any alternative theories? Could it be related to ghosts or other entities? Sometimes I think about this whole experience and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. I wanted to share something I experienced a few years ago in my previous apartment. I'm sure that place was haunted. Many weird things happened, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't discern any rational explanations. I won't make a list of everything that happened. A lot of it was just common paranormal stuff like feelings of being watched, things moving around, and random footsteps. The stuff we've all heard before. Today, I want to talk about the weirdest thing that happened. I've loved paranormal stories for years, and I've read thousands, but I've never heard any that compare to my own. In my bedroom, a light would sometimes appear high up on the wall, just behind my bed. But there was no source. It wasn't a lamp reflection or the moon. It's like the light was in the wall. It's really hard to explain. It was a pale, phosphorescent white and shaped like a rectangle. I noticed it in the first days of living there, and I thought the previous owners had left behind a child's nightlight. But nothing was there. The wall looked completely normal. One night, I showed my mom, but she only brushed it off. It wasn't every night either. Sometimes it was 2 or 3 nights in a row. Then there would be nothing for a few weeks. I used to be too afraid to look at it while lying in bed. It normally appeared 5 minutes after turning off the lights, and it would stay for hours. If I woke up in the night, it was usually gone. One day, I tried covering it with a poster, but that shit moved just next to it. Have you ever experienced anything similar? I've never had a clue what it was. There wasn't anything in the room. I checked many times. I don't have any pictures. It happened before phones were capable of being good cameras. Plus, I was slightly in denial. When my mother was a child, she spent her early years in a remote part of Mexico. There was no electricity, no running water or air conditioning. Due to several people living in one small house, it wasn't uncommon for her and a few siblings to sleep on the porch. Yes, they literally slept outside on pallets. Mom recalls some nights were actually much cooler on the screened porch. My grandfather actually built the house with his own hands, and the closest neighbors were miles away. The house was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Now, on with the ghost story. Mom and 3 of her siblings were the ones lucky enough to sleep outside, and they never had any problems until the baker boy started coming around. He was a small child with golden curls. He wore a white baker's uniform and a mask made of real pigskin. He would walk around the house in circles, reciting a phrase in some foreign language that Mom never understood. At first, Mom and the others were frightened, but with each encounter, they grew to appreciate the baker boy's presence. It was almost as if he were protecting them from whatever fate he suffered himself. They never knew who he was or if he was even real, just that they all saw him. My grandpa always assumed they were making it up so they could come inside, but they swore everything was true. Over time, an outline of the baker boy's path began to appear around the house. And needless to say, the family moved soon after. The strangest part is that before Grandpa died, he said he finally saw the blonde boy with the pig mask. At my mom's house, my room was in the basement, and the only way to get into the furnace room was through my room. The way my bed was set up, I was on the side that I could see directly into the furnace room, because there was no door separating my room from the furnace room. So one night when I was lying in bed, I saw a cat walk out of the furnace room, kind of look around my room, and after I blinked, it was gone. So after that, I talked to one of my friends whose family was friends with the people we bought the house from, and she told me that their cat actually died in the house. I'm not sure if it died in my room or not, though. Another time, I was suffering from an ear infection, but my mom would never believe me when I told her that I was having problems. She always thought I was doing it for attention or being dramatic. So again, I was lying in bed, not being able to do anything because of the pain, and there is a possibility I was hallucinating from the pain. But I saw a man standing in my doorway. He was around average height, but he was built and he had wide shoulders. I was watching him for around 10 seconds when I heard a deep man's voice ask me if I was okay. I didn't feel scared. It almost lessened the pain, and I fell asleep. Around a day or 2 later, my mom told me that she woke up to a man standing at the foot of her bed, and she felt him tapping her foot. She told the man to go away, and after she said that, she felt like she was being pushed into the bed. When she was describing the man, it matched exactly what I saw. One night when I was in bed, I was looking at the laundry room, which was open, and I saw a woman walk in wearing a white dress. I remember her being pretty and not creepy at all. So I walked into the laundry room and it was empty. So I went upstairs in the living room
because my stepdad was still awake watching TV. So I told him what happened. He said he saw the same woman walk downstairs. One time when I was home alone, I was sitting on the couch watching TV. It was a couple of days after my brother's birthday, so he had one of those helium balloons in his room upstairs. So I was watching TV when I see the balloon floating down the stairs. It stops right in front of me, like something was trying to play with me. At first, I thought it could have been an open window, but I realized all the windows were closed. And it had to have left his room, floated down the stairs, and turned towards me, and then stopped, which kind of freaked me out. So I told my parents, but they laughed at me for getting freaked out by a balloon. But a couple of days later, the same thing happened to them. But the weird part was, they were sitting in different seats than I was. So I don't think it was a draft or anything. The last story freaked me out the most, but could have also been my imagination. I'm not sure. So one night I was in bed. My stepdad had built a wall to cover the furnace room doorway that was in my room, and then made a doorway outside my room in the hallway, so it was easier to get in. As I'm lying there, I can see a shape of a person peeking into my room and then quickly ducking back into the furnace room. I watched whatever it was do that for around 10 minutes. But the weird part, it was really dark in my room, but whatever it was darker than that darkness, if that makes sense. I only saw that thing one time, so I don't know if it was me imagining it or not. I need help figuring out what I saw today. It's June 1st, 2022, and around 9:30 p.m., I went to my grandma's house in hopes of getting a jacket. She lives behind someone's house, and we know them pretty well, so I cut through their driveway. Using the alleyway is kind of weird since I'm still a kid. Grandma has a tree in front of her house, and the owner put a 2 to 3 foot tall wooden board against it. I heard a sound while walking and quickly turned on my phone's light, pointing it at the sound. Behind the board was a deer's head with white eyes and a human body. I live in a city, so deers aren't exactly common. I was frozen only for a moment before running to Grandma's house, terrified and pounding on her door. She wanted to know why I looked so frightened, and I told her it was because I saw something. Knowing I don't scare easily, she offered to walk me home, but as we went to leave, my dad ran in. He wanted to know where we were going, but he didn't know what to say when I relayed what happened. I've seen a lot, but nothing has ever scared me like this. I could really use your help. Just after turning 21, I moved out of the college dorms and into my own apartment. It was new construction, and I was living alone. I had just started settling in, but something already felt weird. While sleeping in my bedroom, I'd hear noises from the living room, or the bathroom door would open and close. I'm a chicken, so I just keep my eyes shut and go to sleep. I once went on a week-long trip and returned to my apartment being completely flooded. At the time, I chalked it up to the window being left open during the storm. I stayed with a friend after cleaning up, and when I came back 3 days later, I found massive handprints on my mirrors and walls. I am 5'2", and my hands are tiny. I can't even reach that high. I was spooked. A couple of months later, things began to escalate. I'd be sweeping the bedroom floor and notice somebody walking in the living room.
Or I'd be talking with friends and they'd hear someone enter the apartment when nobody was there. One day, the security guard got a friendly puppy that loved me when I saw him downstairs. But even though he regularly entered other apartments, he refused to enter mine. When I picked him up and brought him inside, he began to shiver and cry. I immediately put him outside, and he calmed down right away. I bought plants, but they died. Eventually, I moved out, but I never understood what was happening in that apartment. I'm a 20-year-old female, and I've never really dreamed. I only get sleep paralysis and nightmares. Each nightmare feels like sleep paralysis. Either I can barely move, or it feels far too realistic for my liking. In those, I've been beaten or hurt, and it feels terrible. I was once stabbed through the chest with a hot spike, and upon waking, I still felt the pain for hours afterwards. My sleep paralysis is much the same. All the nightmares I've had feel horribly dark and deep, like I'm drowning, if that makes sense. But I can handle them. Some are more annoying than scary. It's their frequency that's the problem. For as long as I can remember, my nightmares and sleep paralysis have happened in random clusters. When they start, they only occur during a random month of the year, and they occur every night for anywhere from a week to the whole month. Then, they won't happen again until the following year. It's not something I necessarily dread, but I wanted to ask the great, wise people of Reddit. It's happening again, so please let me know if anyone has a similar experience. Maybe we can figure out what's wrong. Or if nothing else, it may confirm I'm not just weird. This is one of my favorite stories to tell. I was too young to remember it firsthand, but my grandma told me about it. When I was 4, my grandparents moved into the house that we live in now. Their old house sold quicker than expected, so they were pressed for time to find a new one. The first showing of our house seemed normal. So they returned the next day and found a dead crow in the living room. The doors, windows, and chimney were locked. They had no idea how the crow got inside or how it died. But they looked past it and bought the house anyway. On our first day in the house, Grandma and I were going to sleep in the living room while Grandpa and the dog were going to sleep in the master bedroom. At 11, Grandma went to the bathroom. Soon after, I followed to tell her a strange man was in the living room and he wanted to talk to her. This obviously freaked her out, and when no man was there, she still double-checked all the doors and windows. At 4 the next morning, the dog woke up Grandma and I by licking our faces. When Grandma asked Grandpa why he let the dog out of the bedroom, he said that he had no idea how the dog got out. I also had a magnet that he had to push to light up. And Grandma once came home to find it lighting up on the fridge. Too scared to stay inside alone, she sat on the porch until Grandpa came home. Over the next couple of weeks, the oven and TV would randomly turn on and off. We could always smell whiskey and cigars, even though none of us smoked. And Grandma, she always felt like she was being watched. One day, while Grandpa was doing yard work, a neighbor asked him if any weird stuff had happened to us. Grandpa said that it had and asked how the neighbor knew. Apparently, the last owner died of alcohol poisoning in the master bedroom. The house was sold by the owner's mother, so she wasn't required to disclose the information. Sometimes, A door will open if we talk about him, but he's pretty friendly overall. This is something that happened a number of years ago when I was living in an old house that dated from around 1900, seemed to be mildly haunted. My cat liked to play and run up and down the long hallway of the shotgun shack, and she seemed to be playing with some kind of spirits. They were never clearly visible to me. The most I ever saw were vague orbs of light. There were also occasional breezes from nowhere that would move curtains, but I usually dismissed those as just being an old, drafty house. One day, I was trying to recreate a sound someone else in my band had heard during a supernatural experience. When I managed to create a waveform on my synthesizer that they felt matched, it had a strange effect on the synthesizer, where every other key on the keyboard ended up with its own unique and odd sound that didn't match the waveform I'd just created. This should not have happened. I created one waveform that should have mapped over the keys in different pitches. It should not have created a bunch of different sounds for each key. As we continued to work on the piece, I saw something invisible lift a curtain that was hanging in a doorway to enter the room. We decided to run with that theme, and the song ended up being about ghosts. I've always been sensitive to ghosts, but I didn't actually see one until I moved into this apartment 2 years ago, and I sensed an older woman's spirit in the bathroom. There are holes in the shower wall where there used to be support rods, and I get the feeling that she may have fallen and died in the tub. There's no evidence of it, it's just a feeling. A few months ago, I saw a shadow figure, and I can feel her presence almost every day. She seems to be nice for the most part. Anytime I've asked her to give me some space, she lets things be. Lately, her presence has felt stronger, and last night my iPad started playing Adele's Hello by itself. There's nothing more terrifying than sitting in the dark and randomly hearing, "Hello, it's me." I paused it and checked the iPad. There were no music apps open, no other songs on the playlist, just that. And yes, I took screenshots. I was freaked out, trying to forget about it, but my dog started barking a few minutes later. I turned around, and she was still barking at the bathroom door. When I told her to quit, I think she sensed how frightened I was because she came to cuddle with me, but she also kept doing double takes at the bathroom door for the rest of the night. I slept terribly, and I don't really know what to do. I've cleansed the apartment a few times, but it doesn't seem to help. I'm starting to wonder if she's just getting sick of being told no. She really does seem nice, but I don't want to invite her in. I've read enough ghost stories to know that that's how a lot of possessions start. Any suggestions? It's the next day, and I'm still freaking out. I love paranormal stuff, finding haunted places to explore. On some nights, when I get bored, I go for a walk. One time, I was telling a friend about a nearby school that I'd Googled while looking for haunted places to investigate. Years before, on Halloween, it was the site of multiple murders, so it seemed like the perfect spot for a haunting. When I first entered the school, nothing happened. Then, I started mocking any potential ghosts by saying they must have been chicken if they aren't even going to try to scare me. I walked to the middle of the field. I noticed the school's lights were flickering. I heard someone running in the distance, and when I looked up, I saw a person sprinting towards me at full speed. Then they ducked behind a nearby crate.
But when I went over there, they were gone. Nobody could have run away. I was watching the entire time. Something clearly wasn't happy with my taunts. So I went home. A couple of weeks later, my friend convinced me to go back with him. I filmed our investigation. In the recording, you can hear someone walking in the distance. You can barely hear it at first, but it gets louder as they get closer. It was dead quiet, and we both heard someone step on gravel, even though nobody was there. We looked everywhere, but we couldn't find anything to explain what we heard. When we started heading home, we heard another step, but that one was really close. Unfortunately, all my footage was somehow corrupted, so I have no proof except for my word. I plan on going back this weekend to try again. I'm a 27-year-old male. I live in a small German town. My parents bought their dream home the year after I was born, and we moved into it the following year, 1997. Everything was fine until the late 2000s when a salesman from a grocery store chain tried to buy every house on the street so the store could expand. This was the beginning of an ordeal that lasted for nearly 10 years. It didn't end until my father passed away, and we were forced to sell the house for far less than expected, since Dad left a huge debt in mine and my mother's name. He was mentally ill. Today, my mother said the paperwork is finally done, and the store is going to demolish every house on the street before the month's end. While talking, she mentioned wanting to put a rose in our old house before it's demolished, and I still had a spare key. While inside, I felt a cold breeze and started smelling mothballs, like someone with a bag full of them had just walked by. When I went out back, I stood in the middle of the small courtyard, and something pressed into my shoulder. I wasn't able to physically move or breathe for a moment, and I felt like I was being watched the whole visit. The mothball smell followed me the whole time. Mom said she used to occasionally smell mothballs and feel cold breezes when she still lived in the house, and she thought it was because of all the ghosts. That was the whole reason she wanted to leave a rose. The house was built in around 1628, but was partially burned down in the 1700s. We believe there used to be a connection to the church up the hill, but we were never able to prove it, even though we've seen the original plans. They show a pair of stairs leading down to where the living room used to be. Did I encounter a spirit? Why was I the only one it ever touched? Can anyone tell me? I saw a lot of scary things as a child, and the worst happened in my bedroom when I was 12. You can be skeptical, but I know what I saw. I woke up at 2, rolled over to face my door. Someone was crouched in the corner, next to the bookshelf, and I was suddenly wide awake. I could tell it was a woman, long, dark hair, so I called out, thinking it was my sister, but she didn't respond. I kept saying I could see her, and to grab what she needed so she could go back to bed. Finally, she began to stand up, very slowly. I still couldn't see her face, just the hair and a white dress. But that's when I saw she was way too tall to be my little sister. I called out to my mom next, but still didn't get a response. I began shaking, crying, screaming at the top of my lungs. I backed into the corner, and she slowly shuffled out of my room, sideways, without even taking her eyes off of me. I told my dad someone might be in the house. My whole family woke up in a panic. We did a thorough search and found nothing. But I still didn't sleep the rest of the night. I don't think anyone believes me, but I'll never forget this experience. It was truly horrifying. Thankfully, I haven't had any other experiences like this. So this happened maybe 2 years ago. But one time, my older sister and I were sharing a room while living with some family members. One night, I was trying to sleep while my sister was on her phone. As I was trying to sleep, I kept hearing seagulls, and I kept thinking, oh my God, why won't she change the TikTok? Finally, I was upset to the point that I sat up, told her to turn it down. She looks at me with wide eyes and says, I thought that was you. My eyes go wide, and I thought, what the fuck? Well, Sis texted one of our guardians because their room was across from ours. Then, my sister and I walked into the hallway to talk to said guardian. I was ahead of Sis and realized, wait, that's coming from the end of the hall, in the bathroom. I told Sis, then started to walk that way. When I got close to the bathroom, I felt this surge of panic. So I quickly turned around, bumped into my sis, and we both ran back to our room. Well, one of our guardians came and checked on what we were doing because we were loud. Then we told them what happened, and one of our brothers came down to see what the seagull noise was. Turns out it was a toy my littlest brother had, but the only way to turn it on was to push a button. We were too scared to go in there, to turn it off. Well, thankfully, one of the grown-ups did. But then later in the night, it went off again. Then the next day, when my sis and brother were home alone, it went off again. Finally, my brother put it outside in the snow. This was only one of many paranormal experiences I've had. I live with my grandma. My bedroom is in the basement. She can't walk up and down the stairs anymore, so she never comes down there. Last night, I had the most vivid dream I've had in my life. Everything in my dream was exactly the same as it was in real life at the time. My grandma upstairs, my boyfriend and I asleep in my bed downstairs. The dream went like this. In the middle of the night, every car alarm on our street was going off. Minutes later, things around my bedroom were being thrown around the room, knocked off of shelves, and there was a loud bang all around the house. I ran upstairs, and the 2 chandeliers in the living room were swinging around. I went back downstairs, and a noose had appeared on my bedroom ceiling. When I woke up, I ran upstairs to tell my grandma about my dream. Before I had the chance to say anything, she said, I felt like Mike was here with me last night. Mike is my father, who passed away a few years ago. I left for work, and my boyfriend still sleeping in my bed. When he woke up, he called me and said that he felt very sick, but as soon as he left the house, he felt better. Literally, as soon as he walked out the front door. When I got home from work, I went downstairs and sat down on my bed. I noticed a necklace that I've never seen before in my life. It was just lying on my bed next to me. I went upstairs to ask my grandma about it. She said that she'd never seen it before either. It was a gold chain with a dainty cross pendant. After talking to my grandma, I headed downstairs. The necklace was laying in the middle of the kitchen floor. I ran back to my grandma's bedroom. When I came back, it had moved from the kitchen to the living room. Maybe it seems like all of this could easily be explained, but it feels too coincidental. And I don't understand where this necklace came from, or how it's moving around with neither of us touching it. I'm 23 and in college. I live in a small college town in a 2-bedroom apartment by myself. This was about 2 weeks ago. I was taking the trash out to my dumpster at the complex, which wasn't too far. I didn't lock the door, and I know for sure I didn't because I have a camera. I was carrying heavy furniture, so I know I wouldn't have been able to lock it. When I returned from the trash,
I heard myself complaining on the other side of the door. When I realized it was my voice, I froze in fear for about 10 seconds, then tried to open my door. The door was locked, and the voice was gone as soon as I put my hand to the door. I say I was complaining because that's the best way I can refer to the way I was speaking. Whatever that was upset and loud. I've thought about what this could have been over and over again. I checked my camera, which picks up my every movement and usually picks up sound, but nothing was there. My friend said that maybe it could have been some sort of skinwalker, or some sort of glitch in the matrix of myself where she wasn't supposed to be. About 2 years ago, my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go on a hike right before the sunset, which, yes, sounds dumb, but it's something we'd done multiple times before with no issues. There was something about the eeriness of the woods at night that I liked, not so much my boyfriend's feelings or thoughts on the situation. To start our hike, we had to go through really tall plants and bushes. We were practically in the middle of nowhere. About a mile into the hike, we came across some abandoned structures, and had sat down to take a breather. I'm not sure exactly what my boyfriend said to make me do this, but as a joke, I whistled and said, "See, nothing whistled back. We're alone." Not even 20 seconds after saying that, we heard a whistle. It was a bit of ways away from us, but still too close for our liking. We immediately started booking it in the opposite direction of the whistle and didn't look back. After running for as long as we could, we realized we were lost. We wandered around for about 10 minutes before we stumbled across some train tracks. The tracks led back into town, about a mile or two down the way. It's important to note that these tracks had thick wood lining on both sides. The right side is where we came from. At this point, we were walking, as we'd run out of energy and felt safe. We were wrong to assume that we were safe. We got to the point where we could see the lights from town, maybe a quarter to a half mile away. Down the tracks a little bit, we could very faintly see the outline of what looked to be a deer coming out of the right side of the woods. It stopped in the middle of the tracks and just stood there. I attempted to shine my flashlight. Note, this flashlight was pretty dim. It was a random one I found in the back of a junk drawer. As soon as I lifted my light up, it fled. Now I say fled because ran wouldn't be an accurate way to describe the way it moved. The best way I can think to describe this thing is it looked like it had 4 broken legs, and its body was very low to the ground, yet it had unbelievable speed. It almost looked like a bent and twisted monster out of a horror movie. I shined my light into the woods to the left of us, as that's where it had ran to, when I saw 2 glowing eyes that looked to be at least 10 feet in the air. My boyfriend said, "What is that?" in a very concerned tone. I told him, "I don't know. Don't look at it. Just run." We ran and ran until eventually we reached town and walked back home. This happened about 2 years ago, and I've tried to come up with the logical explanation after explanation of what I saw that night. And still to this day, I can never find a solid, logical answer, other than it being something paranormal. I refused to believe what I had seen for a long time, but I know what I saw. I know I'm not crazy, as there was another person that witnessed the same thing. My boyfriend never spoke of it again, and he refused to speak about it when I would talk about it. I never went hiking at night after that.